Hallo und herzlich willkommen, greetings and welcome to the final stage of the 4th Summer Tournament. I'm NightDarkWolf, the organizer of the Summer Tournament series, and I'm joined by CoreData.
Hello and welcome.
Last week, we had the top 8 of the 4th Summer Tournament, where Respirador kicked out me, then in the second match, Enduza won against Gracelandir, in the third match, Yum Yum won against Kova, and in the fourth, Avenged Fish against McGacket. So these are the 4 players we will be seeing today. Here's our bracket. We will be playing a round-robin bracket with best of 5s for each match, and at the end, the winner will be determined through their win rate. This means that even if someone 3-2s the other 3 participants, this player can lose if another player managed to trio 2 participants and then lost 2-3 to this player. So because of this, every match will count, and we'll have to keep a close eye on how the matches goes, because even a single loss can determine who gets first and who gets second. Also, to remind everyone of the stakes, the lineup for the final summer tournament at the moment, we have Nocturnal as the first place of the second summer tournament, City Talker as the first place of the third summer tournament, then the third player will be determined today. We have Ares, second place of the third summer tournament, then the 5th player will be determined today. We have CoreData as the caster and the honorary invite. We have me, so no one feels bad for getting 8th. And then for the 8th place, either it will be McGacket, 3rd place from last year's summer tournament, or the 3rd place from this year's summer tournament. They will be playing a best of 3 outside of recording, and then they will share the result with me, and we'll move on according to that. Here are the lineups today. Respirador brought Battle Mage, Scout, Guildsworn, and Empire. Enduza brought Assassin, Guildsworn, Dominion, and Empire. Yum Yum brought Archer, Warrior, Monk, and Brethren. This is the same lineup he brought for last week. Then we have Avenged Fish, Unscout, Dagoth, Brethren, and Empire. Before we look at the deck list, do you have anything to add, Core, as the lineups you see here?
One interesting development from the last couple of summer tournaments is the decline of Dagoth and Guildsworn, and specifically this year, the rise of Empire aggro. We've seen, I think, the most Empire this year than we have in any of the years, and it's definitely overtaken the standardized mid-range decks, Battle Mage, Guildsworn, Dagoth, as probably the most popular bring.
Yeah.
Which is just something really interesting to consider, how people have changed the way they look at tournament lineups. I for one am very happy. Like I said, I've been beating the Empire aggro drum for a couple of years now, so I'm very glad that people have finally caught on with how potent the deck can be. It's just interesting to see how the staples of the metagame have kind of waxed and waned, specifically Dagoth this year. I think we've only, one Dagoth list in the top 4, a couple of Guildsworn lists, but it's very interesting to see how blue midrange has kind of fallen off small bit in the top 4.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that we don't have that many Battle Mages, but the first deck we will look at is Respirador's midrange Battle Mage, so take it away, Core.
Yeah, so this is a pretty cut and dry standard mid-range Battle Mage. Very, very happy to see this style of Battle Mage, specifically just straight up good Battle Mage cards. This is what you'd expect to see when someone says mid-range Battle Mage. 2 copies of Lesser Ward in the lower end slot. Lesser Ward is phenomenal in mid-range Battle Mage, specifically with like Breton Conjurer. Allows you to reward up your deck of all mages at no cost. Also discounts to 1 copy of Fingers Mountain in the deck, while also giving you very flexible targets and easy ways to enable Rapid Shot if you don't otherwise have ways of enabling it. Also lets you Skaven, Pyromancer, and combo off a little bit easier on certain turns where you don't want to kill off necessarily one of your Warcrafts or Harpies. It just lets you burn a ward, play Skaven, maintain board presence while being able to develop to the board. Other than that, super standard list. We're seeing 2 copies of Cradle Crush, 2 copies of Belligerent, and top end 2 copies of Mighty Conjuring, 1 copy of Telboss Magister, which is interesting, but not super out of place. Telboss still very powerful, still sees play every now and again, usually in lower copies, but it has taken a backseat to Elfic in many cases. But yeah, super impressed with this list. This is just a nice standard good Battle Mage list, so very excited to see this played.
I'm surprised about the Doomfingal in the list, because when I started to play in tournaments, then Doomfingal was there in every second mid-range Battle Mage. And then when we started Summer Tournament, I haven't seen a Doomfingal in mid-range Battle Mage. And now here it is. So It's taken me
Yeah,
back.
yeah. Well, I mean, Doomfang is just a very solid mid-range card, especially in these colors, because it's coming out with 3 mana, 3/3 ward, which just immediately take 2 trades. Also, we're seeing 3 copies of Cunning Ally in here, choosing to run the Cunning Allies and not hard run Firebolt. Yeah, no, seeing Doomfang in here is a little bit of a niche include these days, but it's still a very standard, solid mid-range battle mage card. So I'm not overly shocked to see it here.
And the second deck is Goblins.
This is the build of goblins that I'm not super keen on. This is the triple curse, triple skulk package. I think Goblin Skulk is way too slow these days. A 3 mana 2/3 is its stat line's so terrible. It's also very slow for what you want to be doing in goblins. I would much rather have seen Nimble Ally in this list personally. Nimble Ally, 3 mana 3/3. If it hits the green on top, becomes a 4/4 with lethal. I just think that is such a good rate and such a good keyword to have that early in the game, because generally early in the game it's a young mammoth. It takes 2 trades, or it connects for 8 damage usually. Late game it's a 3 mana 4/4 that just trades up with bigger creatures. I just think Nimble Ally is a bit underplayed. And will have much preferred to have seen it over Goblin Skulk. But the list is fairly normal. 3 copies of all the goblins, pretty much. Only 2 copies of Bitterfish Witch and 2 copies of Murkwater Witch, which is a bit odd. I would have liked to have seen 3 Bitterfish just because of the prophecy tag. It makes it a little bit more powerful versus aggro. But again, pretty standard stuff. You're just playing all the curse effects and all the curse payoffs, and you're hoping to kill them with goblins and a Tazgad.
The third deck, Respiratory Breath, is mid-range Rage Guildspawn.
One of my all-time favorite decks, one of the most potent mid-range decks, and I think the best shell for Rage these days. Interestingly, only 1 copy of Cloudrest Illusionist. I personally would be running 3 just because of how powerful it is off prophecies and how well it synergizes with things like Execute, as well as just the mid-range game plan in general, allowing you to give something minus attack, take a free trade, and basically keep developing your board freely. Other than that, the list looks pretty solid, pretty standard stuff. He's running Thaden over Syl, prioritizing the card draw as most standard Guildsworn decks would do, running 1 copy of Aspect of Heresy at the top end, which is an interesting include, but it's basically just more burst damage alongside Encana, and Alaneth to allow them to tutor up, potentially Rage if the game goes long.
And as fourth, he brought the most represented deck in the final stage, and this is Aggro Empire.
Yeah, so Aggro Empire, like I said, very happy to see this become a normal include in these lineups. Some interesting things that I've noticed, actually, with a lot of the Empire aggro decks we've seen in the tournament, is the lack of Dawnbreaker and the lack of Wily Kiva, which I find very interesting personally, just because 2 mana 2/4 stat line is really good. When you consider cards like Rift Thane, the Crusader 2 mana 2/2 that comes out either as a 4/2 breakthrough or 2/4 guard, the more impactful side of Rift Thane is the 2/4 side. You're always happy to play a 2/4 Rift Thane. So to see people not including Wily Kiva, I find very interesting, just because in like aggro mirror matches, it takes 2 trades, potentially 3. It's such an absurd stat line to have super early in the game, especially like ring Kiva on 1. And also the lack of Dawnbreakers in these lists I find very interesting. Dawnbreaker is just a fantastic piece of reach, especially for a creature-based aggro deck like this. So not having Dawnbreaker is just another interesting point I wanted to bring up. But other than that, pretty standardized stuff. This looks fairly similar to the rest of the Empire decks we've seen all tournament. Basically all in on the early game. 3 copies of Depot Trapper, maxing out on all the solid 1-drops. Only 1 copy of Enraged Milkrab for the Old Salty's Assault, as opposed to 2. 3 copies of Darkmane. I think we've seen Darkmane be potentially the MVP of the tournament. It has shown its strength so much, especially in the top 8 matches.
Moving on, we have Endizuma. His first deck is Assassin.
So this is a very interesting version of Assassin. It's basically mono blue, looking to benefit off the effect of Baron of Tyr. For those of you who are unfamiliar, I believe it gives all blue creatures in play +1 attack and a guard. It's curving a bit higher than a lot of the aggro decks you'd expect out of Endo, but is still able to play super aggressively thanks to Crown Quartermaster and Ghostgate Defender as your 1-drops. It means you're usually able to play something to the board in turn 1 into a 2-drop, either Flameslinger or Seedanine, into your 3-drop, more than likely to Serenity for Sentinel Reclaimer, and then your Baron of Tearing, and then you're basically just piling in damage. Baron of Tear, very potent, especially with creatures with Ward, which is why we're seeing things like Prankster Mage in the 5-drop slot. And then we're curving up as far as Afik Conjure and Fingers of the Mountain. A lot of cheap actions, or a couple of cheap actions in the deck rather, just to enable Fingers on certain turns. It's more mid-grow than aggro, so I'm excited to see what way this deck runs. It's a very interesting looking brew, so yeah, very excited to see this one.
Next we have mid-range Guildsform.
Yep, another mid-range Guildsworn. This one, again, looking pretty standard, slightly more aggressive as we'd expect from Endo, but overall pretty standard stuff. We're seeing like again the Seeding Couriers, we're seeing Work with Gatekeeper, Ornamented Swords, give breakthrough to things. No rage. We're just looking to play big things and kill you pretty quickly. Kind of like the Dagoth plan, but the upside of playing Guildsworn is you have a little bit more flexible removal in the form of things like Execute. Normally you'd see maybe 1 or 2 javelins. In this case, no javs, but we are seeing 3 copies of fingers. So
And
yeah,
also 2 copies of Fell the Mighty.
Oh yes, and Fell the Mighty, sorry. But yeah, overall pretty solid looking mid-range Guildsworn list. Excited to see this run. I do love me a bit of mid-range Guildsworn.
Then we have an Aldmir with Dominion deck.
So I believe this is the same Dominion deck that was played in the top 8. This is, I would say, mid-grow Dominion. You're playing a lot of very aggressive early game and looking to curve up into your 5s and 6s to try and seal out the game. But you're focusing more so on your 2 drops rather than you are looking at your 3 and 4 drops as you would in our own mid-range deck. Solid list. We saw it in the top 8.
And then for the last deck, it's no surprise that it is a Grow Empire.
Similarities with what I said with the last one. No Wild Akiva, no copies of Dawnbreaker. This one is not running Wilds Incarnate. But overall, fairly similar, maxing out on 1-drops pretty much, aiming to curve up fairly aggressively, looking to activate Darkbane as many times as possible, running copies similarly to the last deck of Gavel of the Ordinator, as well as Shining Saint and Cloudress Illusionist, just to help maintain board presence. Other than that, pretty aggressive Empire list. Again, very excited to see this deck really take off.
The next player, Ramiam, brought the same lineup as last week, which means that we will be starting off with this move archer that is all in on the move.
Not the version of the deck I'm super keen on. Again, with the moves and shadows, I'm not super fond of the super all-in builds. A couple of interesting choices, like not maxing out on Dune Ripper, not maxing out on Apex Predator, but maxing out on some slightly off-meta choices in the form of, like, again, the moves and shadows, also playing Serpentine Stalker, as well as Sharp-Eyed Ashcan. So yeah, an interesting version of Move Archer, but like I said, we saw it in top 8, so it's pretty solid.
And we move on to Mid-Grow Warrior.
It looks like a solid aggressive warrior list. You're looking to stick decent stat lines early in the form of like Barrow Stalker, Circle Initiate, Dragentail Savior, and curve up very aggressively into like Haunting Spirit, Young Mammoth, Bleak Claws Troll, and then kill your opponent with Soul Revenge, Underworld Vigilante, and Woodrock Headhunter. Super solid list. I'm excited to see this one.
And we move on to the comfort pick of Altar Monk.
So yeah, this is Altar Monk. It's basically just a grindy value deck. You're looking to land an Altar of Despair and slowly grind your opponent out with value in the form of sacrificing Unglim for assassins. You're looking to get card draw of Varnus Courier. Slowly grind your way up. Win off the back of a Journey to Sovngarde. Pretty interesting list. It's very, very difficult to assess. Excited to see it run. We saw it run in the top 8. We saw a Cauldron Keeper with Calgren Teeds, Hollow the Colossus in play, pulling 2 Pure Point Dragons. So that was a pretty high play. So yeah, I'm excited to see this one run again.
The reason you are running in Monk is that you want to run Cauldron Keeper with it. So I hope that we will see the combo this weekend too. And then the next deck is this Rage House Redrun deck.
So this was the aggro Rage Redrun. We saw this struggle, I believe, in the top 8 against one of the other Redrun decks. It was just not able to really maintain its value that well. So it's going to be interesting to see how it fares in a slightly more mid-range meta rather than the aggressive meta it was playing in previously. I'm not entirely sold on this build. Like I said, we saw it struggle a little bit in top 8. This was, I believe, the primary cause for the losses in Yum Yum's games. Yes. So yeah, I'm interested to see how it fares here in a slightly different meta game.
And then we move on to Avenged Fishes decks, and we start with Goblin Scout.
Another pretty standard Goblin Scout list. This is pretty much the exact same list as Ross Peardall, except there is one difference in that he's running 1 less Skulk and playing Unglim instead. Other than that, it's the exact same 49 cards. Pretty much the same thing applies. Not super keen on the Triple Curse Double Skulk package. I think Skulk's just a little bit too slow. Other than that, pretty solid list, and yeah, should perform fairly well.
And then we move on to the only House Dagoth deck we have in the top 4.
So strange to have only one person on Dagoth in the final stage of the tournament. Normally this is one of the most represented decks, just because mid-range Dagoth is so potent, thanks to cards like Handed Dagoth, access to Battle Mace, Mighty Conjuring, the Giants. So yeah, very interesting to see that this is the only Dagoth that's here. A couple of interesting choices. They're running Stone Throw as removal. To strike this version of Dagoth, also running Breton Conjurer. Britain Conjurer usually a little bit more inconsistent in tricolor just because of the 75 cards. You're not necessarily guaranteed to find your rapid shots, your Skavens, or anything to activate it. No Skavens in this list to activate it, just the rapid shots, I'm pretty sure. Also, 77 cards, so there's 2 fork bolts in here that just he just couldn't bring himself to cut him. Other than that, it's pretty much just doing standard Dagoth things, aiming to play above rate creatures on curve and kill you on turn 8 or 9 with Ancano, Tazcad. Also, one sneaky copy of Unstoppable Rage in here that might be able to steal a game.
And then we have Aggro Redren.
A little bit more common this year as well. I think Redren was one of the more underrepresented houses in previous years. So interesting to see a lot more people bringing aggro Redren this time, as well as Redren Rage. Redren, this is pretty low to the ground, again, maxing out on 1-drops, Imbued Argonian, triple Castpower Scout, Marked Man, Muggrab Merchant, Rapid Shot, Relentless Raider, Scimitars, just all in on early game, aiming to basically build a board early and kill you quick. Interestingly, there's one copy of Gortwald Grove and Agrum at the top end, so I'm interested to see how that works out, just because it's not going to be cheating in Giants or anything, so it's a funny include in here. Also 78 cards rather than 75 cards, so over the minimum, which is always an interesting choice. I'd like to know what 3 cards they couldn't cut, but other than that, there's like a solid aggro list.
And then for the last deck, it is what we have seen already today, and it is Aggro Empire.
Empire aggro? No way!
But this time with
Empire
quirks.
aggro. Yep, this time it has the OSA package, similar to, I believe, Ross's version. Mugcrab Merchant as a 3 of 2 copies of Enraged Mugcrab, which is standard, 3 Reflective, and 3, or only 2 Ankle Snapper this time. So yeah, basically looking to win fast. This deck is generally aiming to win on turn 5, turn 6. Interestingly, this version, Avenged Fish is the only person to have brought Wily Kiva in their version of Aggro Empire, and still no Dawnbreakers. Other than that, looks solid. They're running 3 copies of Cloudrust but no Executes. All the solid good stuff.
And then looking back at the lineups, we have already seen what the decks exactly are. What do you think? Which player has the advantage just based on lineups?
Difficult really to say. I think Ross Peerdal's lineup is probably the most well-rounded. Mid-Battle Mage, Goblin Scout, Rage Guildsworn, and Aggro Empire. That's a very solid lineup. It's a lineup that wouldn't be too dissimilar to something I'd potentially bring to the final stage of a tournament. There are 4 very, very strong decks in their own right. They all counter different things. They all have solid matchups across the board. So yeah, I think Ross Peerdal's lineup is probably the most balanced. As to who has the advantage, I have no idea. It's completely up in the air. This could very well be down to variance at the end of the day. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. I think out of these 4, the favorites, I think, would be more likely Endo or Russ. But yeah, I'm interested to see how this shakes out.
In the top 8, outside of me, every match was a 3-2. So I'm expecting a lot of 3-2s today. And with that, we'll be moving into the first match. It will be Respiadol versus Avenged Fish. We have the lineups here. What do you think would be optimal to ban?
It's difficult to say on Ross's side specifically, just because Ross's decks are all scary in their own way. Like Battle Mage is such a well-known, powerful deck. So is Rage Guildsworn. Empire has been one of the most potent decks in the tournament so far, and Goblin Scout's Goblin Scout. I think if you're Ross, you're probably looking at potentially banning the Dagoth, just because it has a lot of problematic creatures in it, the warded threats you don't particularly want to be dealing with outside of playing Guildsworn. If you're Avenged Fish, it's very difficult to really say. Probably the Guildsworn, just because the Guildsworn's access to actual hard removal, and that lines up really well into your Redren and your Dagoth decks. But aside from that, it's very difficult to say. But I'm gonna guess it was the Guildsworn band and the Dagoth.
And it was double Goblin Scout ban.
Scout Mirror not happening today. Okay. This was also something I was potentially going to say, is that both players potentially just ban either the Goblin Scouts or the Aggro Empires, but I wasn't entirely sure if they would actually.
Yeah. No Goblins, at least for the first match. And we move into game 1. This is Mid-Range Battle Mage versus Aggro Empire.
See the mulligans here. Cunning Ally, Earthbone, and Lightning Bolt. Probably going to pitch the Earthbone and the Bolt.
Also, I would like to point out the card backs. Everyone is playing top 10 card backs.
Yeah. So we see Crown Quartermaster in the opener here for Rospierdal. We're going to see Quartermaster come down. Does keep the Cunning Ally, as I said. Opening hand for Avenged Fish is 5th Legion Trainer, Wormhole Trader, Mercenary Captain, and a Reflective Automaton. Likely just going to see a Ring 5th Legion in Shadow Lane here.
Yeah, setting up just for the automaton or the trader on the following turn, just because you know the steel daggers in the hand of Ross, so you don't want to develop into it. Ross potentially may just develop the dagger here just to do something with his mana. Go fetch for 3. Does in fact do it. So Avenged Fish probably just gonna run out this automaton. Clear the way potentially for the Mournhold Trader, or he's going to develop Trader alongside in Shadow. Opts to go for Shadow rather than take control of field lane here.
It would have been banished in field because of scaling.
Yeah.
We see the
That's
Cunning
Cunning
Ally,
Ally,
and it misses.
And it whiffs. This is why I prefer blue heavy versions of Battle Mage and Sork. I've had Cunning Ally whiff one too many times. Probably just going to see him develop the Haunting Spirit, potentially Shadow Shift, take the trade.
You fight like a child.
Does opt to Shadow Shift. We will more than likely see Ring Haunting Spirit here.
Yeah.
Trades, Ring, Haunting Spirit in field lane, does go for field control. This is going to get punished by a Skaven Pyromancer though. So Ross can take the trade here into the 5th Legion Trainer, develop Skaven Pyromancer, get the 2-1, and now your 2-1. Guard trades into the 4-2, as does your Skaven if they remove it, but I'm pretty sure Avenged Fish is not running Execute. So there's no clean way through the guard aside from Penitence Oculatus comes down.
Such a perfect battle mace in field.
Yeah. Very, very cleanly answers this 5-6. Battle mace does indeed come down. Also has the lightning bolt on the following turn potentially if he needs it to clear off.
And doesn't attack phase, so eventually doesn't have access to cards.
This is the correct choice. You want to you need to basically play a resource game from here. See Young Man come down, so we're just gonna see probably 6-1 trade into 4-4, lightning bolt the other 4-4. Ooh, Wardcrafter. Yeah, Ward 6-1, bolt 4-4.
And we see exactly that.
Yeah, because you're gonna have the 2-1 guard, 2-1 guard, plus your 2-1 Wardcrafter trades into the automaton. Even after a mercenary captain here. See Empire Oath can come down, but absolutely no targets for it. And she's just going to develop it just for the 4-4. We are just going to see developed just as a body. Just have something in place. So the 2-1's going to go into the 2-1 here. Rapid Shot also sets up a trade on this Oathman.
Yeah.
But it's going to be put off by the captain in hand.
And you can play double 3-drop.
Oh, yeah.
I
Cunning
will
Ally
play
is
the
very,
2
very good here.
alliance, yeah.
Yeah. So you play Daggerfall in Shadow and you play Cunning Ally in field here.
Face.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a position where you can probably safely start pushing. I was going to go double ally instead, potentially. So it confirms there is a blue card on top. Safe to get his Firebolt. The tech, the hidden tech. So yeah, if you're Avenged Fish, you're just going to develop Marked Man plus Kiva plus Mercenary Captain, more than likely. Develop the most things, get the most stats spread across the board. Marked Man comes down. Interesting, goes Empire Recruiter instead of the Kiva. Makeshift defenses.
Nothing like a good battle.
Captain comes down. The question is, do you trade? You know, there's a Firebolt in hand that you do just because it maintains board a little bit better.
Respidor will be able to take a trade in field.
Yeah.
Fireball
So-
the 5-1.
Yeah. Go see its return to 2/2 and probably just develop Daggerfall plus Garnag.
By the fires of
I'm not sure if you develop Garnag because you have Aspect next turn.
Goes up just to go with Daggerfall here.
by the eight.
So this means that he is aiming to defeat Avenged Fish next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Chimeric spirit
We
of
see a
the
Fervor
guide us.
and the Bonebroker. Let's see the Zero Cost.
Yep, too little too late though. You can kill the 6/1 here with the Bushwhack.
I'll take them with me.
Takes a trade. You do need to trade into 3/3 here. Develop Kiva. Oh, 1 mana after developing Kiva.
And now not playing the Garnag paid off because you can play Aspect and win through field. This will be 1 to Respidor.
We're going to see the Empire aggro run back into the Rage Guildsworn.
This is the same kind of a matchup than the last game was.
So yeah, we've got Bolt, Warcrafter, Harpy, and Executing Hand Ross up against 2 Mournhold Traders, Through Paul Broker, and a Divine Fervor with Avenged Fish on the ring. We're going to see Ring Trader here on turn 1.
Trust me.
It's
This
going to
will
be
be
replied
Harpy.
to more than likely Harpy. Yep.
Harpy and then Warcrafter. Oh wow, goes for Warcrafter.
You can trust me.
Second Trader comes down. Channel Storm, a fantastic answer off the top.
Now you
just
can go face. Yeah, Channel
Yep,
Storm.
ping one
of
down.
them.
And then one Trader answers the other pretty much here with the 2/1 coming off of it. Maintains your ward, lets you take a double trade next turn.
Surprise.
Yeah, Channel Storm was just a phenomenal top deck, and you've got the Bolt to deal with this Chronicle Gambler as well. Oh, this is just a perfectly dismantled hand from Avenged Fish, unfortunately. Yeah, Bolts to 4/3. Avenged Fish now has a Fervor with nothing on board.
Spirit of the sky.
Nishmar's Crusader with no runes broken.
And there is a Javelin for the Clivia coming down next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, Rasa's just drawn super well here.
You coin or your life.
If your Avenged Fish is really not what you can do. We're gonna see Ring Clivia. Yeah, this is gonna get cleanly answered by the Javelin.
Standing by.
And then the Belly Giant next turn for the Fervor.
For the Fervor, yeah, my god. Guildsworn, ladies and gentlemen, this is why it is one of the most popular decks usually. Yeah, Jav comes down, takes the trade. Probably trades the Warcrafter, just 2/2 here. Opts instead to spend the Execute. Passes turn, we see Wily Kiva in the hand. Mini Blood Crab. Still opts to hold the Crusader
Oh,
until the... Oh, and an Archer
and
comes down
douche
as
me.
well. You can douche plus Harpy here to guarantee you have a Crusader's Assault next turn. Yeah, you can douche the
Must protect us.
Sport. Shackle the 2/4. Yeah, and this just
then you
guarantees
just
you
pass.
have a. Yeah, it guarantees you have a target for your Crusader's Assault. You see Vivek in the hand of Avenged Fish here.
Hold the line.
You're just starving Avenged Fish of value with not going
Yeah.
face.
See Crusaders all come down. Probably going over to Kiva here. Find another Brigand. You're happy to trade this first Brigand now?
Okay. Then you're going to play Hive Defender.
Yeah, High Defender, yeah. Yeah, as the Empire player in this position, it's looking pretty grim. We do
So
find a
with the
gambler
red
off the
gear,
top.
red gear in Respidor's hand means that even if Evanfish won't have a way to deal with this board and then build a board for himself, then comes the red gear.
The Vivek come down. Vivek is just going to get belligerented when the time is correct. If you're Ross, I think you just keep pushing face, and then once your opponent is pretty much dead, you bounce the Vivek. See Prophecy for Avenged Fish. It is a Cloud Rest.
You can bounce Vivek now and then play red gear next turn.
The problem with doing that is it does just kill your Belligerent Giant. Oh wait, no, never mind.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
'cause the
matter
Vivek
once
dies.
you
Yeah,
won.
yeah.
Like, Evanfish will just play the Vivek.
Yeah.
Godhood is like juggling. Things are always moving like the darkness as I have written.
And then you just go face, and then red gear.
Yep.
And it's exactly 10 damage.
6 deals 3. And deals 3. And red gear. And that's game 2 to Ross Beardall.
The mid-range decks defeated to this Aggro Empire.
Yeah. I mean, Guildsworn is one of Empire's, Aggro Empire's worst matchups. Just because of how flexible it is and how much removal it has access to. Like you saw, the answers just rolling off top of Ross Beardall's deck just perfectly line up with a lot of the Empire's threats. Battle Mage is a little bit more hit and miss depending. But yeah, no, this is roughly how you'd expect it to go, but we have the Aggro Empire from Ross Beardall left over to go. Might see Avenged Fish swap over to Dagoth here to potentially counter. But
Yeah, because
we'll see.
every win counts, so you don't want to go 3-0. So I would assume this will be a Dagoth, and it's a red run. Okay.
So swapping Aggro Empire for Aggro Red Run. You see Marked Men, Widow Counter, and Shining Saint. And the opening hand for Ross Beardall is 5th Legion, Haunting Spear, and Young Mammoth on the ring. This is a very, very good opener from Ross here. Avenged Fish going with the Marked Man on turn 1 here. We're just going to see a ring 5th Legion.
Training is over.
This is going to be into a Ring Mammoth plus Haunting Spirit on the following turn. More than likely, we see a Wind Keep off the top for Avenged Fish. Likely going to be developed here. Opts instead to Sim. And is going to maybe develop defenses here, but is likely just going to hold him for a potential pit line.
Then it's Young Mammoth.
Empire. Yeah, Mammoth very cleanly answered this. Doesn't lose to Shining Saint in hand either. Makeshift defenses just to maintain the 3-2 here. Wind Keep developed alongside.
And then play the Relentless Rager. Yeah.
Yeah, Raider comes down. Second Spirit off the top for Ross. Problem is, this board, if he develops the Honey Spirit, can be fairly cleanly diffused. But has no real other options. Yeah, because you can Shining Saint. You can 2-2 plus 2 on into 4-4, 3-2 into 3-3. Make sure the Haunting Spirit buff doesn't land anywhere.
And you'll have a 3-creature board left after that.
Yeah.
Face me, milk
Goes
drinker.
instead face.
Interesting choice. Okay.
And we see an Emperor's Blade in Respirator's hand, which
That's
could
going to
easily
shut down
turn
this
this
board.
matchup.
Yeah.
We'll hold, no matter what.
His march comes down. Draws a big ghost roll.
Take them with
And Avenge Fish opting to just continue going face here. This
It's a race
is...
then. With
this
an
is-
Empire Oathman and Cliff Racer and Emperor's Blade.
Yeah, this turn from Ross is going to be absolutely backbreaking. 4-4 over to 3-2. 3-3 over 2-1. Develop the Emperor's Blade. And then as Avenge Fish, what do you do here? Like, yeah, you can kill the Mammoth, but your opponent's just going to ring Empire Recruiter plus Empire Oathman next turn. The Shiny Saint is just doing nothing. Does kill the Mammoth. But again, we're going to see a pretty big buff turn come out of Ross here. Ooh,
Trapper.
Deepwood Trapper.
You can trap your Oathman.
Yeah.
Trade over the 1-1 so you survive.
Question is it better than just developing the Recruiter and ringing the Oathman here? Is instead just going to go for Cliff Racer, potentially ring Trapper? Cliff Racer over 2-2. Oh, sorry, yeah, 3-1 over 2-2. Essentially looking to have the buff land on the Cliff Racer to take the trade into the Troll.
Yeah, that would have been game over.
Yeah, but you can still just ring Deepwood here. Like, yeah, the Troll gets a free 1-1
Oh,
buff.
Prophecy.
Cloud Rest Illusionist. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, you always run 3 copies of Cloud Rest.
A little distraction might prove useful.
Double
Second Prophecy.
And
Tier.
the tier. Oh.
I like our arms.
I'm ready for anything.
I'm just saying, there is total 4 prophecies in the Avenge Fish deck. He has hit 50% of his prophecies in the first 2 runes.
Hardly a
As we see the trade taken here.
Time to slip and scar.
Here trade's over. Shining Saint on the Cliff Racer, and the Ghost is going to get a free buff here. To a 6-4
We must remain steady.
into Cultist. Cultist doesn't really matter here.
It's just a baddie.
Yeah. Get your Trapper back, develop your Only Spirit.
This double prophecy just completely turned the matchup.
chimera.
Yeah.
Spirit of the sky.
It's amazing what 2, 3, 4 drops will do, huh?
And you can clear the board. Haunting Spirit doesn't get to use Last Gasp. And Respirator does not have any guards in his hand anymore.
I slay the unwilling.
All Veloci comes down. Edict of Azura doesn't do anything because it is being hit by the cultist, so you're just not able to do anything with it.
And with that, Avenge Fish avoids a 0-3 and will be going into match 4. This is the Aggro Empire left, and then Dagoth and Empire. I think
crazy-
you go
crazy what-
you go Dagoth now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy what 2, 3, 4 drops will do to a matchup, huh? Cloudrest into tier.
Empire Mirror.
Over Empire Mirror. This is going to be very interesting.
I have bad
You see-
memories of Deepwood Trapper and Apprentice Necro in an Aggro Mirror.
I'm ready for anything.
Both players have a Deepwood Trapper. Avenge Fish just rips a Old Salties off the top here, so he's going to have turn 4 Salties. He's going to turn 1 a 5th Legion. See Mudcrab Merchant off the top for Ross Dahl. We're going to see a 5th Legion developed in kind. Deepwood shackles down the 5th Legion. We're going to see Wily Kiva come down. There's a 3-4, 2-mana 3-4.
And the Divine Lakiba matters a lot in this matchup.
It does, yeah. Being able to take 2, 3 trades for free while also maintaining your own board is huge. This is why I'm such a big fan of Wily Kiva in aggro. And in mid range, it's just a solidly statted creature.
And the Trapper shut down and inflates because people would have liked to do this turn over the trainer.
So we get Necro back for 2. Like, you're just gonna see. I was gonna say probably Corner Club ditching the Mudcrab here.
I would have liked that, because now, if you ring out Gambler, then you're not ringing Ursa next turn.
Exactly. The plan should always be Ursa as soon as possible. Takes 1 trade. And you want to try and maintain this this initiate for the Ursa turn. Or the trainer, sorry. Does ring
You fight like a child.
for the Gambler.
Care to make a friend?
Ditching Healing Hands here. Yeah, I think I would have preferred him to hold the Gambler and potentially just Healing Hand the Trapper. But we'll see. This may just be better long run. Necromancer into Depot Trapper. Trainers bounce off each other.
You can
So for
play
revenge-
Gambler and then ditch Golden Saint.
Yeah. Although this might be a matchup where Golden Saint is potentially not bad.
Yeah, but
Depends on what your
Revenge
next
Fish
couple of
is
turns
about
looking
to
like.
attack, so yeah.
Yeah.
We see a Trapper.
Trapper, Mercenary Captain, and Mudcrab Merchant. So you also first.
You can't Ursa, because you used the ring.
Oh, use the ring, yes. I mean, you can Mercenary Captain still.
I would actually like a Trapper in Shadow to protect your 5/3. Let's see,
Merchant
Mudcrab.
come
Oh,
Green
I
Pack
guess you're
Stalker's
not
not
choosing
bad.
power of the RCB.
You bet on the wrong side.
As we finally see the first couple of attacks properly make it through that haven't been hampered by Depot Trappers.
I'm ready for anything.
This is what, the 4th, 5th Depot Trapper we've seen? I am, in fact, feeling Depot trapped. It's going to be an interesting turn here for Ross. So 5-3 probably trades at the other 5-3, I would imagine. You can develop Darkmane. You can develop Young Mammoth. Then on the following turn, you can develop Mournhold Trader, Empire Recruiter, get the Darkmane to move.
Then Mammoth.
You Mammoth in field, and you trade, double trade into this Trapper. You're not getting any more value out of your trainer, you just need to take the trade here. Yeah, like I said, from this point, if Avenge Fish takes the trade into your 5-1, you can just Mournhold Recruiter, and your Darkmane moves.
Here's the Ursa.
You take Skywatch here, if you're Avenge Fish.
Oh, took the gamble.
I don't know about that one.
You need to
Especially when
trade with the Gambler.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this Gable will be crucial, because then Respidor can play Recruiter, Traitor, and Gable the
Gable.
Darkmane.
Yeah. It'll be a huge health swing. Yeah, doesn't
Oh,
trade.
that's
Okay, just doesn't respect the Darkman here. So you train or trade into the 4-1. And probably ship everything else face.
I'll see you dead.
Just everything's going face here. Okay. Saran Pawnbroker.
Hopes to win with Mercenary Captain next turn.
Okay, so we're gonna see probably Depot Trapper into Saran Pawnbroker in Shadow. So you
There
should
is
roll
the
off the
Trapper.
Pawnbroker. Yep. Pawnbroker. Hope for either Paralyze or Curse. Finds Paralyze. Darkmane moves. Take the trade 5-1 into 5-3. You can gavel the Darkmane. Basically clear up all the scary things. You do trade your Mammoth over the Trainer. 4-1 over the 3-2. Darkmane gavel over the 3-3. Paralyze probably the 4-2. Yeah, Mammoth should go over the Trainer. Yeah, you gavel Darkmane. Trade it into the 3-2. Interesting. Okay, opts to not go for the gavel play. Does paralyze the 4-2. Develops a Mournhold Trader. Does this get him dead to Captain? I don't think so, right?
No.
You're taking 8, you're taking 11.
There is a Vivek again.
Yeah, so Vengefish does need to trade into this Darkmane.
You could trade into Darkmane, then play the forecast 4-5 guard that will get +1/+1 because of the damaged Mammoth.
Yeah, either way, the Darkmane has to die because that is what is stopping your race from being effective. Darkmane is, I think, possibly one of the best creatures for racing in the game. Just because of how quickly it spirals out of control, but also the fact it gains you life as it's doing it. In for 4. Is Darkmane going to be respected here?
Oh no, the Darkman disrespect
Raise with the
continues.
Okay, so we're going to see Empire Recruiter, Mournhold Trader.
And Serpent Broker.
Well, you'll probably play the Pawnbroker first in case you hit like a Dress Spy, because that leaves you able to potentially gavel. So yeah, your opening line here should be Recruiter, Pawnbroker.
And then you'll see. You have trades in Shadow, you can keep your traitor alive. If you trade with the 3-2, you can go with your Pawnbroker into the Mudcrab.
You can trust me.
Trader into Pawnbroker.
Business with House.
Oh,
There it is. You play your 0-cost Guardsman, you gavel up.
My sword is yours.
Yep, you gavel, trade into the 5-3. 4-4 over 3-2, 2-3 into 4-2.
Yep.
Yeah. Cloud Arrest comes down.
I'll try to draw their fire.
Over the Darkman, yeah.
Yep. Finally deals with the Darkman. I think potentially too little too late though.
My business is none of theirs.
Well, there is 2
Traitors.
traitors in Respidor's board.
Is he going to Desperate Conjuring the 2-1? He sure is.
Oh. Okay.
As a hill giant.
Then this could be a CVH Vindicator
Yeah.
and the Recruiter.
Could also just be a power of the Arms AV. Power of the Arms AV unironically looking not too bad here. But yeah, you can trade your 4/4 into the 3/2. You can probably just straight up trade the. Yeah, I think you're happy to Skywatch and trade your Mournhold in Shadow.
There is a trade. Okay, then this is CVH into...
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Goes power. Interesting. Okay.
Behold
Then
I mean,
here
with
comes
the
Siva.
Skywatch,
Here comes
yeah, with the
Siva.
Skywatch Vindicator in hand here.
MCV
Ten,
too
ten.
soon.
So you can Shadow Shift, draw.
Clear.
Livia.
That saves you from Vivek.
Yeah, so you Clivia Shadow and you play Empire Recruiter.
bow to these provincial
Yeah. So you do take. You don't really. No, you don't take 10.
You take one.
Yeah. No, you take 2 from the Divine Fervor.
Alright, yeah.
Chimeric spirit of the sky, guide us.
Fervor comes down. I do believe Ross Peerdal's version of Empire is running Edict. So he has means of removing this Vivek.
to oblivion with you. Your fear betrays you.
I'd say just keeping the Clivia alive is a mean to remove Vivek.
Yeah. Which he can do. He can Bleak Coast plus Skywatch. So you can Bleak Coast Troll, Skywatch Vindicator, ping off the 2/2.
And trade with the 2 then.
Yeah.
And then Clivia is safe.
Battle awaits.
Buffs to Clivia instead. Interesting.
Standing by. Chimeric spirit of the sky.
Second
guide us.
Fervor comes down.
I think the buff was wrong. It should have been the 2 damage on the Cloudrest.
I'm not 100% sure if which is correct because yeah, you can kill the smaller creature, but also just removing the ambusher is pretty good. I mean, he needs to double trade into this Vindicator if he wants to remove it.
I'll find you the finest.
See Empire Recruiter come down. East Empire Crafter comes down.
A Nazi. Oh, infield. And then you can kill Vivek.
Yeah, I think at this point you're happy to trade the Clivia for the Vivek. She's done huge work keeping you alive up to this point, but I think you and Nasi in Shadow potentially. And Nasi Shadow play Young Mammoth in field.
Problem is
watch.
that if Traitor dies in field, then Fish will have a 4-3 guard.
I thought Eastern Empire Crafter only triggered if it cost a certain amount, no?
If it has 5 health or more.
You'll hold, no matter what.
Die like a dog. Hardly a challenge.
Feel the might of the Empire. Wait. You hear that?
Let me see.
You can still steal the guard. But it's not looking bright.
No. Gives him a card so we can draw off Crusader.
Hold the line.
Oh,
Grips a Mud Crab. Yeah, you're just dead here.
Anasi finds it useful to use her enemy's strength
You
against
can trust me.
You are in fact just dead here. Crusader into the Nasi.
and you have 8
lethal on
damage on
board.
board.
Yeah. Very, very close game. Unfortunately for us, he didn't draw any of the edicts.
You fight
Fine spinners Dark Lattice.
with me.
And that will be game 4, so Avenged Fish ties the series at 2-2. The final match is Agro Empire into the Dagoth. Are we about to see a reverse sweep?
It's gonna be interesting.
Because in the other direction, we have seen Battle Mage win against Empire, we have seen Guildsworn win against Empire. So the question is if Avenged Fish's Dagoth is strong enough to keep the Empire out of reach.
Opening hands. Ross Peerdall is looking at a hand of Wild Incarnate, Depot Trapper, and Young Mammoth. Like, you're just going to see the Wild Incarnate shift back. Adventures Mulligans 2, mulliganed, I believe, a Breton Conjurer. I don't know what the second card was, but is looking at a hand of Sentinel Reclaimer, Sentinel Battle Mace, Fingers of the Mountain, and a Corner Club Gambler.
While I would have favored Dagoth with the starting hands, I'm inclined to favor Empire now.
Yeah. I mean, Ross does have ways of dealing with the problematic cards in Dagoth. Edict is a very clean answer to Hand of Dagoth, for example. So, I don't think this matchup specifically is as cut and dry. But it's going to be interesting. You're going to see 5th Legion Trainer. Does opt to ring the Trapper as opposed to holding it for the Pawnbroker next turn. So we're probably going to see ring Shieldbearer. Corner Club Gamblers coming down, probably ditching this Terminus.
Care to make a friendly
Ops to the
wager?
field lane. Just take potentially 2 trades here. If you're Ross, you do, I think, take this double trade. Develop your Pact Shield Bearer.
Yeah, it's still worth it.
Yeah. You can always get one of these back later on in the game with Apprentice Necro. Goes first for 1. Should bring up the Shield Bearer here, I think. Yep. Second Gambler off the top for Avenged Fish. Gonna see Murkwater Scourge come down. No, maybe not.
If you gambler, you ditch what? Fogbolt?
I think so. Forkbolt is not going to get very much value in this matchup. Forkbolt is mainly just there to trigger your own Breton Conjurers.
Ditch Battle Maze.
Which Battle Maze, interesting. Okay. So we're going to see
Mammoth
probably Mammoth
Pawnbroker.
Ring Pawnbroker, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, instead holding the ring charge potentially for Raz on 6.
And
Mine's
get-
Dread Spy.
Okay.
Dread Spy comes down.
Trace back to us.
You
Cloud
keep
Rust on
that.
top. Yes.
He's
Yeah,
thinking
you-
about discarding.
No, you keep a Cloud Rest.
Oh wow,
Ditches
discard.
the Cloud Rest. Gets in for 4. This is actually huge because the Forked Bolt would have enabled a Fingers on the Mountain this turn. So having the Shield Bearer trigger now is actually
You bet on the wrong
And it
side.
also
Very.
steps you from Scourge.
Avenged Fish looking to potentially just temper out this Leaf Lurker ops instead to go for the Scourge. Oh, Cliff Racer off the top. Okay.
You have
You might
5,
get-
you have 10, you have 13.
You might be able to put him into. Never mind. I was gonna say you might be able to put him into Raz range next turn.
There is Prophecy.
Harpy. I think you take the trade. Yeah,
Yeah, and
and
then
just
you
Cliff
get this.
Racer. Yep. Loser gets burned. We see Hand of Dagoth off the top for Avenged Fish.
I would like to see Scourge. Curse, Leaf Lurker, and Firebolt.
Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna be happening here. May also just curse Firebolt Fingers. So you can
Fogbolt
Bolt.
2, okay.
Yeah. And you can Fingers here. Take the 1-1,
Fingers
3-2, and 4-3.
Oh, Firebolt Fingers Reclaimer is what I feel coming.
Yeah, I think the Fingers order is still the same. 1-1, 3-2, 4-3. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3.
And then Reclaimer.
Mm-hmm. But we are just gonna see a Raz come down here. And it's gonna be a Raz for 2 cards. Oh, we see Warcrafter. Okay, just to give him something to trade with the Reclaimer next turn, guarantees he has a body on board. But you go face for 3, you ring the Raz in Shadow.
I would have
You get the
liked
card
to
up.
keep the Raz. Play Gambler plus Mammoth. And then you
No,
could
I think
have
this
Raz
is-
next turn.
I think this is correct. Finds a Breton Conjurer and Firebolt off the Raz
Oh,
here.
wow.
Could you put your opponent in a position where they need to answer the Raz? Otherwise, it's just going to refill your own hand. And you've just seen your opponent spend
what, 4 pieces of removal last turn?
It looks like they got plus Firebolt.
It should be Firebolt, Leaf Lurker.
Yeah, I would like to see the res removed, but
Okay,
To submit.
this
is
might
fucking
just
signal.
be game. So Raz goes face here, draws another card.
another Breath Adventurer.
Okay, if you're Ross, what's the play?
You can Mammoth, Gambler, Banner, and Markman. Obviously play the Markman before you play Gambler.
Yeah, ditch defenses. This is where I reiterate why I love Execute in Empire Aggro. Because Clouders in hand plus the Execute here just so cleanly answers this hand to dig off.
Wait.
But there is no Executes in Wrath of the Lift. He's going to develop
Okay.
defenses. Develop the Mammoth.
Then you ditch Breton.
Yeah, you ditch one of the Conjurers here. You only need one, since you have a Firebolt. Find a Cradle Crush. Oh my god. Cradle Crush is very strong here for Avenged Fish. Doesn't deal with the Gambler, but does deal with everything else.
Then this is, yeah, Mighty
This is-
Conjuring
yeah,
in Shadow.
goes Mighty Conjuring in Shadow. Draws a bunch of cards.
Oh, is Oathman game? We have 5 damage in field.
Marked Man takes the ward off.
2 damage from Firebolt.
6, no.
And 5. Okay,
He's-
that's not game yet.
Yeah, you still need a double trade to get through the 8-8.
You could also just Markman the ward, then play
Great Crush Firebolt.
Cradle Crush Firebolt, yeah, and then you kill Hand of the God.
Yeah. Yeah, Firebolt.
And this is exactly
Trade.
what we'll see.
Trade. Mammoth over the 2-1.
And I don't see any answer in Avenged Fish's hand.
There is, I believe, no answer here.
You would need.
He's
You would need.
he's one
more.
mana.
Yep.
Yeah, he's 1 mana off making any plays to really reclaim the board here, because he could Cradle Crush plus Conjurer, but he's no activators Conjurers by themselves. So yeah, that's it. Ross Beard all takes it.
3-2. So the mid-range lineup won against the more aggressive lineup, is what we have seen. So in game 2, in round 1, we have Endiza versus Yum Yum. What will we ban?
Difficult. So it's Moot Monk, Aggro Warrior, Altar Monk, and I believe like an Aggro Rage Veteran.
Yeah.
Against Empire Aggro, like a mid-grow Dominion, mid-range Guildsworn, mid-grow Mono Blue Assassin. I think if you're Yum Yum, you're probably looking at potentially the Guildsworn, just because again, Guildsworn's very powerful, problematic creatures, a lot of wars and removal, generally good against what you're trying to do. If you're Endozoa, I don't know, it's difficult. Probably the Warrior or the Archer, I would imagine. I think you're more scared of the Warrior list, given your lineup, just because the Warrior stat lines are so good. So yeah, I'm gonna hedge my bets and say Guildsworn and Warrior.
And it was Empire and Warrior, so you were right on the Warrior.
Oh, okay, so I'm guessing Yum Yum just has one play against Empire Aggro, which is fair.
Yeah, I think both of them just banned the most aggressive deck.
I don't think the Warriors it is probably the most aggressive. It's just I think the stat lines in particular just line up too well against what Endo is trying to do. So I'm not surprised to see it banned.
And with that, we go into game 1. This is the Assassin versus Move Archer.
Okay. So the opening hand is Baronet here, Alfiq, and Channel Storm. Probably going to see a pitch of the Baron and the Alfiq. We do indeed see that. Plays with Conjure and a Shadow Shift, and the opening hand from Yum Yum is a Awakened Dreamer, Relentless Raider, and Moving Shadows.
I would have liked to see the Baron of Tier kept because of the guards. It can get.
No, I think without ring you don't keep it. I think on the ring it's a fair keep, but without ring I think you're looking for something to play early.
I have no
We're gonna
fear
see
of
a
power,
tempo
Skiver.
Conjure here.
You need to contest the ward.
Yep.
This move.
Flows from the gods.
And I would assume, yeah, the move kicks in.
Yeah,
Goes
Shadow
Shadow.
Smuggler.
You can thief. And then Channel Storm next turn.
Wounds are quicker than your eyes. Trolls take you. You'll never see me coming.
Just as predicted. Channel Storm answers perfectly the Shadow Scale Hunter.
Situation comes down,
Trade,
it's
yeah.
a trade.
This was the most sensible.
See a Shadow Shift, cycles a card, finds another Quartermaster. Day's trade, probably also going to develop Quartermaster plus Sedanine.
One thing we will have to keep our eye out for is the Shadow Strike, the Swift Strike in Endo's hand.
Yeah, a lot of damage can add up very quickly, especially with all the items. See Cliff Racer come down, take a trade. Oh, goes face,
Face.
interesting. So Endo can just deal dagger the 3-1 and exalt Temple Conjurer. So we do in fact see that.
The light of the three.
Second Caravan Enforcer off top for Yum Yum.
Almost played
Caravan
it the
Enforcer.
wrong order.
Yeah, Caravan Enforcer comes down in shadow just to maintain cover when it moves. Double Caravan Enforcer, never mind.
Keep moving.
And then we're going to see the ring on the Smuggler. Bolt
Bolt the
answers
Smuggler.
the... Yeah, Bolt Smuggler. You cannot have the Smuggler stick for a turn.
Oh, okay.
Bolts the Enforcer to maintain board presence. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
then
going to continue
you go
going face. See Mad Dash.
Oh, and the Prophecy. Cut
Daring
purse.
Cuppers.
They are no challenge for the Kashi.
Sentinel Proclaimer. Endo setting up here for a lethal with the Swift Strike.
But now
Sedanine,
Yum Yum will
Seal
have a
Sword,
Mad
Swift
Dash
Strike.
and
Yep.
the Shadow Shift.
Makes a 7/7.
Oh,
Interesting.
and bails out with
Oh.
a move spell. Okay. Problem is if you go face,
You can't go face. Oh.
then you will Swift Strike.
You're-
Plus, oh, and the Harpy. I think this seals
Yeah.
it.
I think you
face
have plenty of
was
damage
risky.
with. Yeah, you had plenty of damage with Sedanine Steel Sword plus Swift Strike with your board beforehand, but the Harpy seals it up.
You know
Yep,
that
Steel
Endo is
Sword.
playing an aggressive deck. There is the 11
Yeah,
and Swift
Swift
Strike. Skip double runes. 1/2 Endo.
Yeah, a couple of decision points that Yum Yum I think made mistakes there, but overall, solid game.
We see Guildsworn into the Move Archer.
So the opening hand is Relentless Raider, Wielding Speed, and Chronicle Gambler versus a Flamesinger, Great Brind, and a Guildsworn Apprentice. Quick Rush off the top, Caravan Enforcer off top for Yum Yum. Like just going to see Ring Caravan Enforcer here. Especially with the Bewildering Speed, you can play the Raider plus speed next turn.
This one will protect us on the roads.
This is going to get replied to probably with a Flameslinger.
Everything was taken from me. Today, I will play in kind.
Yeah, so we're probably going to see Relentless Raider into Bewildering Speed here.
Cowardly skeever.
Make 2 fairly large threats.
You shall not harm.
Horse becomes a 4/4. Raider becomes a 3/2. Fill up more than likely your Grave Viper Brigand here.
Your coin or your life. Choose.
See Shadow Shift off the top. So you just move your Raider out of the way. You should get in for damage first though. Set ops to move the Caravan Enforcer. Find Serpentine Stalker off the top. Goes face for 5. Goes face for 3. Gets 2 triggers off of the Raider.
Care to make
Ditch the
a friend
Stalker.
wager?
A Gambler, yep. Ditch Stalker. Endozoa, his hand is looking a little bit slower here.
You can get
Does have-
either your 1/3.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can sword and board crafter here. Yeah.
I would have liked to guard Shadow.
See Nimble Ally and Moving Shadow off the top for Yum Yum. Gets in for 4. Raider trigger gets in for 3. Raider trigger. Channel Storm off the top for Endo. Yum Yum rings Cliff Racer, deals another 3. Raider trigger drops Endo to 2.
We are really close.
We have Execute off the
And
top.
the Prophecy.
Prophecy for Yum Yum's gonna be a Dune Smuggler, or Dune Stalker rather. Moves the Raider. Gives it cover. I think Endo is pretty much out of this game at this point.
Did this Prophecy seal it? You could have Rapid Shot and Channel Storm if no Prophecy.
Yeah, there's no way to deal with all threats in play right now. You can trade, like you can Rapid Shot, trade Brigand over the 3/1 to get the trigger on Channel Storm, take out the 4/4, but you're still taking 3 from the Raider here. Unfortunately, just because of the way it worked out, the Execute doesn't clear it because of the Bewildering Speed.
And that's it. Game
Yep, so
goes to
strike off the
Muvarcha.
top.
Trolls take you.
Tied up, 1-1.
2 very quick matches. We are just 8 minutes in. And we see I'd marry the minion into this aggro rage Children.
See, Battle Reeve, Flamesinger, and Trader in the hand of Endo. I think you keep this.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh,
okay.
ups to Mulligan. Okay, takes Darkmane, Trader, and a Fingers. Opening hand for Yum Yum is Haunting Spirit, Crusader Assault, and Protector of the Innocent. Seeding Courier off the top for Endo. Windkeep off the top for Yum Yum. Gonna see a Ring Windkeep here. It's gonna be met with a Mournhold Trader.
And then punished by Crusader's Assault.
Mm-hmm. Endo may hedge on the potential punish here. I may just run a Darkmane. Yep, does in fact hedge and goes for Darkmane just in case.
This will give +1 draw for Yum Yum.
Yeah, so we see the Saw come down. 2 off the top, finds another Windkeep plus Haunting Spirit.
Gambler the
Care
traitor.
to make a friendly wager?
Gambler
The courier.
summoning. Okay.
Yum Yum rips another Protector off the top. See Haunting Spirit come down. Haunting, or it's going to be Protector, Ring, Windkeep.
Vile canker blossom.
Let's go for Protector Ring Wing Keep here. Double Protector.
Double protector, okay.
Channel Storm off the top, followed up by a Execute and Battle Reeve. So Ghost Gate is going to come down Exalted, ping off one of the Fire Protectors. The one that is guarding in front of the Gambler gets in for 4.
And we hit the Prophecy.
The reply Doomstalker for Endo. Trying to figure out where to place it. He could move the Ghost Gate, blank the damage here. Could also move the Gambler. Sid opts to play the Stalker by itself in lane, takes the trade with the Windkeep. Haunting Spirit's going to come down. Or not. Another Protector of the Innocent, followed up by a Windkeep Spellsword. The Windkeep is going to get answered fairly cleanly by this Execute in hand. That would be... Imagining we see Execute, Ultimate Flameslinger plus Mournhold Traitor come down here this turn.
Traitor Field or Traitor Shadow?
Probably Traitor Shadow. You're committed to racing at this point, I think. Takes the trade, goes face for 1. Battle Reeve and a Traitor come down. Ulfric's Housecarl makes his way into play. We break 1 rune, draw 1 card. It is a young mammoth as we draw into a Divine Fervor on Endo's side, as well as a Sedanine Courier for turn.
This can be Fervor plus Execute.
This could be Execute plus Fingers. But I think Fervor Execute may be potentially better. Could also be Channel Storm on the Housecarl. Execute. Plus Fingers, yeah. Just opts to deal with the board now. It's the play I would have gone with as well. You don't want this deck to have anything in play. The Haunting Spirit plus Young Mammoth. Dune Smuggler off stop for Endo. So probably just going to see Divine Fervor plus Flameslinger. Or Sedanine on the Battle Reeve. Prophecy for a Yum Yum. It is a Morgul Gatekeeper. More than likely targeting itself, yep. So Ghost Gate can trade with that. But this now, this puts you off the Sedanine on Battle Reeve line. Instead you're just going to develop the Flameslinger here. Yep, opts for Flameslinger in field lane. This does set up potential lethal with Sedanine plus Doom Smuggler. See a Douchnik Yaw come down on the Fervor. Squish to Wimpy in the hand of Yum Yum as well as an Execute, so you can execute the Flameslinger.
Yeah, double trade, Execute. Oh, and US is survive with Mammoth.
Yep. And execute the Flameslinger.
And the needs a Cliff Racer to win.
Yeah, it's not a great spot. Oh, well, there it is. Caster's Curse. Steel Sword. And yeah,
there
that's
is
lethal.
it. Do you want to end with this top deck lethal? I think if he doesn't top deck Cliff Racer now, then he would have lost in 2 turns.
Yeah. 100%. Because the other play that turn was if he doesn't top deck anything, it's just play Sedanine in Shadow Lane, gets eaten by the spinner in hand, so yeah.
Okay, so Monk and the Red Run left against Gelsform. If you're a Yum Yum, you don't want to lose 3-1, so you clear up the stronger deck. I think against Gelsform,
I think it's Monk.
I could see the Monk be the stronger one, because this Gelsform doesn't run Rage.
Yeah.
But we see Red Run.
And the only way of interacting with the altars is 2 copies of Douchnik Yaw. But we are seeing the Red Run back here. See Sedanine Courier, Ornament Sword, and High Defender in hand of Endo versus Aldloth the Assassin, Haunting Spirit, and a second Aldloth the Assassin. Channel Storm off the top for Endo, and a Squish for Yum Yum. We're going to see a Aldloth the Assassin here developed on the ring. It's going to get answered by probably Sedanine, yeah.
Okay.
Instead goes to Ornament Sword. Going to probably see a trade and developed second on Luffy. Yep.
Then you place it in it now.
Yep. Eats up the second of Luffy.
Speak.
Oh,
So it goes for Golden Initiate. So
Trade Haunting
trade
Spirit.
into Haunting Spirit, yep. And then we're going to see a Ring Monastic Champion on the following turn as we top deck a Temple Conjurer. Perfect for next turn. Yeah, this is going to be Ring Monastic.
True peace, ferocity.
7/6 Monastic Champion managed to catch a rally.
fortunately you have Seidanin and Gatekeeper.
Yeah, you can... I mean, you can Rapid Shot Sedanin.
I think it's more important to remove the Monastic Champion than the Haunting Spirit.
Oh yeah, easily. Yeah, no, I think it's more
you
than
don't want the
likely
Pure
you...
to connect.
No, yeah. Yeah, I think it's just going to be a case of probably Rapid Shot, cycle it, and then Morkel Gatekeeper on take your trade.
But if you Gatekeeper, then you give Yam Yam a favorable trade on the Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper Shadow.
Oh,
I come bearing gifts.
okay, we see the Seidanin line
Yeah, Sedanin takes trade, Gatekeeper targeting itself.
and pass.
Offers the trade, yeah. This line's a little, yeah,
Cloud Rest.
punished by Cloud Rest. See a Quartermaster off the top. Probably just going to see,
Conjure, yeah.
yeah, Conjurer.
And then you play the Quartermaster, but the problem is that you're out of cards. Usable ones. There is a rapid
I mean,
shot there,
he's-
so you still have a chance.
Yeah, the problem is dealing with this Haunting Spirit is becoming an issue.
Hardly a
Which is while it's on the board, it's just posing a constant threat. As you see, Champion of the Arena come down, picks off the Quartermaster. Second Rapid Shot off the top for Endo.
You can rapid shot, steal dagger, kill the Haunting Spirit.
Rapid Shot, finds Ancano for next turn. Face, Channel Storm, pings off the Champion, leaving just the Haunting Spirit. I'm considering just developing the Douche Y'all here just to ping off the 1/1. Go for a trade, develop the third Alvelosi. Plus more cool Gatekeeper targeting more than likely itself.
Turn 8, so Endo has Ancano.
Endo, unfortunately, not able to top deck the one copy of Cradle Crush. Which would have been so spicy in that situation.
And now
See,
Yam Yam drew
Housecarl.
Housecarl. Oh,
To take the trade. Goes Douche, goes Housecarl.
there is a
for seven.
chance Housecarl can seal it because of the redraw.
Draws 2. Yeah. Housecarl, such an impactful card in aggro. Just being able to refill your hand while maintaining your
Oh,
damage, as
double
we
prophecy.
see double prophecy for Endozoa here. Guildsworn Apprentice into Cloud Rest. A little bit late in the Cloud Rest, unfortunately, but still a fantastic body for the following turn.
You have Reclaimer, so you can dagger the Cloud Rest, Steel Sword the Apprentice.
Yeah, and you can play Rift Thane as a Kiva if you want. Again,
Kiva
like
with
I was
God.
saying, yeah, you're always happy to play guard side Rift Thane. You see a bounce instead. We're going to see Rift Thane come down to 2/4 with guard. They will not get past me.
Yum Yum is on 9. If you play Spinner, then you're left with 5. You have 2 casts. You could also rather than Foreigner, Gatekeeper, and then Crusader's Assault on the Housecarl.
You could also Forerunner, Assault plus Squish. See, Crusader's Assault, going to take one favorable trade, and then we're going to see Squish over the Giant, I would imagine.
Yep.
Draw another 2.
We have seen a Crusader's Assault Squish combo last time, and it won the game for Yum Yum.
Yeah.
Will it again?
At this stage in the game, that generating that amount of card advantage is game ending. We're just going to see a Exalted Temple Conjure come down here. Cradle Crush off the top for Yum Yum.
You can Cradle Crash and Forerunner.
Spinner. Forerunner or Spinner. You have 2 spinners in hand. You also have Douchnik.
Okay.
Another Temple Conjure for Endozoa. Probably he's going to see Steel Sword, take the trade. Harpy Shackle. Temple Conjure, Exalt. Rift Lane off the top for Yum Yum. You can silence your Cradle Crush.
This should help.
Take a trade. Yep, kills 2/2. Goes
And now Forerunner the Gatekeeper.
Yep.
I'll clear.
Oh,
First thing leaves the Atronach up. Flameslinger off the top for Endo. I think if you're Endo, you're pretty much you're looking at that concede button.
Everything's taken care of.
Flameslinger comes down in Shadow Lane. Aspect of Scene for Yum Yum off the top. That is, I believe, lethal with the Gatekeeper in hand. Yeah, in for 6.
I'll clear
In for 1.
and then you can
Ooh,
skip both
order.
runes. This is better because you can skip both runes with Gatekeeper. Oh no, what was I thinking? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially massive order misplay there, but Yum Yum takes it, ties it up 2/2. Okay, so it's just Monk versus Guildsworn.
Would you favor the Guildsworn here, or would you favor the Monk?
It's difficult because the Monk plays on such a weird axis. It's not it doesn't play a normal game at Tesla compared to what the Guildsworn is doing.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure who I would say is favored. I think the threat density of the Guildsworn potentially puts it ahead, but we'll see.
Then let's go into game.
Opening hand from Yum Yum, Merchant's Camel, Piercing Javelin, and a Thieves Guild Recruit. Likely just going to pitch the Javelin back. Endozoa finds Dushik Yal, Ghostgate, Ghostgate, Defender, and Alfiq pitches the Defender, finds a Bolt, and top decks a Dushnik Yal.
Endo
Runeprof
has
here.
2 cards to answer the altars.
Yep. Entirely
Both
why
of them are in starting hand.
entirely why they kept the Dushnik in the opener. See a sheer point off the top for Yum Yum. Eastmarch Crusader developed by Endo just for the body. Gonna get answered more than likely by the Sanctuary Pet that Yum Yum has top decked. Tiny Dragon off the top for Endo. I believe that's the only Tiny Dragon in the deck.
This Lightning Bolt on the Bruma.
Yep. Lead Lurker off the top for Yum Yum here. Probably just
And you
gonna
can
see
Camel.
Camel or Brigand here. Does opt to just develop the Camel while they can. Goes
Keep the
for,
Javelin.
I would imagine, Javelin, yeah.
Yep.
Takes Sanctuary Pet trade. Goes face for 1. Second East March off the top for Endo here. Probably just going to see, yeah, Discerning Thief, and passes, opts to not develop the Tiny Dragon.
This will be camera traits into thief and then okay. Ups to SharePoint instead.
Yeah. SharePoint double trade. Maintains the 1 damage pingers for the leaf lurkers. Harpy off the top for Enzoa.
You can Alfeek.
Yeah. Tempo Alfeek here.
The SharePoint will trade favorably into the Alfeek and then you can play Tiny Dragon.
Goes for a javelin. SharePoint takes the trade. Yeah, this gets cleaned up very nicely by Tiny Dragon.
Oh.
Prophecy Harpy. This also lines up very well with your Tiny Dragon. You Harpy into the temple and then just take your little dragon. You could also spend one of these douches if you want to clear off the Thieves Guild recruit.
We see the Tiny Dragon.
Probably gonna see Crusader's Assault here just to draw a couple of cards. Yep. Finds Flameslinger plus Hive Defender. Develops Flameslinger.
Play a replay in kind.
Cauldron Keeper off the top for Yum Yum. Develops the Cauldron Keeper. No? Opts instead for Brigand. More stats. Better for trading with. Reclaimer off the top for Endo. I think for Endo's probably just going to be Reclaimer plus Hive Defender.
Yeah, that's likely.
Yeah, you can Hive Defender play. Oh, instead opts for Ancano. Interesting. Okay. Clears off the 3-4. Double trades into the camel. Profiteer off the top for Yum Yum. We're going to see Profiteer plus potentially SharePoint. Yep. On the Ancano. Makes it a double trade for Endo.
You could play Reclaimer and then keep.
Well, let's see if we can find
Yep,
something.
we are
nice.
seeing the Reclaimer developed here. Steel Sword on the Flameslinger takes the trade. Goes in for 3, so you can activate the East March.
I would have liked the Flamesinger to survive.
Yeah, it's more
because
damage
the
long run.
Ancano is wounded.
Yeah, and also there's no ice storms. There's no red mountain. There's no reason really to keep the Ancano around.
I'll profit from your death.
You see Merchant's Camp will come down. Finding
There is an altar.
2 High Defenders and an altar. So Leaf Lurker is going to come out. Things off the Ancano. Temple Conjure off the top for Endo. So it's going to be probably Seducer plus Conjure. Yeah, Conjure exalts. Seducer gets developed alongside. Yeah, this altar for Yum Yum isn't gonna stick. The 2 copies of douche in the hand of Endo right now. Extra damage on the Conjure, which is interesting. Goes for Unglim. Crushing blows the Crushing blow the Atronach. Build the mighty off top for Ender. We're going to see Apprentice and probably just ping off the altar to a Hive Defender. Another Hive Defender off the top. So yeah, it's probably just going to be Douche and Field, Hive Defender. Or Douche Shadow, Hive Defender, Field.
We must protect our strong.
Yep. Pings off the altar, Hive Defender in Field. Yep. Yum Yum is... oh, the Calgon Tea's not going to do anything either. Unless this Cauldron Keeper survives, but I don't think it is.
I see you have played 2 SharePoints already.
There's only 1 left in the deck, true.
Be interesting to see if Endo feels the need to ping off the halls, even though he's seen multiple cheer points already out of it, out of Yum Yum's deck.
You only
I'd
ping it
defender.
off if you fear a journey.
Live Defender comes down, and Discerning Thief. Rack drawn for Yum Yum. Shackles down the Cauldron Keeper. And passes. So yeah, we're just gonna see
And it's
Calgon Chief come down here. Yeah.
Kill off the high defender in field.
Cheerpoint is the only dragon in the deck.
And yeah. There is no sheer points left. The Felder Mighty will deal with Calgon Threed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fails guaranteed. You can exalt Ghostgate here to kill off the sheer point. Or the you Ghostgate. Ping sheer point.
I think you discard.
Yeah, Gatekeeper now does the same thing here.
Let nothing through. Close ranks.
For a little less mana. Yeah, so does Endo ping this off? Apparently. Yeah.
Yum Yum
No,
has
there's no
Mirag,
dragons left.
but Mirag doesn't save him. Well, it saves him from one turn. If you Mirag, Discerning Thief.
We're probably just gonna see Sanctuary Pet, Varus Courier, Altar Sack Courier. Goes with. Okay, so is Amy just to gain 2 health here off the Expertise Trader. An Assassin draws a Thief Guild Recruit.
And this is where the second Dishneck will. Oh, and an Alfie.
Oh. Yeah, that's game over.
This is exactly why Endo kept the Dushniks.
Yep, Javelin off the top.
It hurt your early game, but Alter Monk won't
Against-
win you against you early. So
Yeah, exactly. Interesting that he's going to
Develop the Alfiq first. I would consider
dropping the Douchnik in field first so you can split the power a little bit better.
because we do know there is Dawn's Wrath in Yuriam's deck. Oh wait, no, never mind. The Javelin, I forgot. Never mind.
yeah. And now even Mirak isn't enough.
Yeah.
You have to Mirak the Alfiq. Kill off the Sonic
Nah,
Thief.
you Murat the Atronach, surely.
But you need guards.
Come out, silent wings.
Yeah, but if you Murat the Atronach, he has to break 1 rune to kill you.
And it's 9 damage on board,
Assault off
9
the
damage
top.
in Shadow. And you can break through, yep.
Yeah, and that's
Skip
it.
rune. And that's GG to Endo. 3-2.
3-2.
So at least my forecast about 3-2s was true.
Holding true, yeah. Some very good games so far.
And this means that we have finished the first round of the final stage. Here's our current bracket. Respiral 1-3-2 against Evanfish, and Endezer 1-3-2 against Yum Yum. Leaving the standings like this. Respiral and Ende is leading 60% win rate, while Yum Yum and Evanfish is at 40. Of course, this was just the first round, so we have 2 rounds more to go, and we'll be back in 5 minutes with the second round. and welcome back to the second round of the final stage of the 4th Summer Tournament. We'll be watching the next 2 games play out, and we'll see how the standings change. Right now, it's Rustbrawl and Enduzema ahead with 60% win rate. The first match we will be watching in this round is Rustbrawl versus Yum Yum.
Again, very difficult to predict bans on Ross's lineup just because all the decks are just solid. Mid Battle Mage, mid Guildsworn are just very, very powerful decks. Mid Rage Guildsworn. They're just very powerful decks, very difficult to know which of the 2 of them to ban. Scout obviously is a very aggressive mid-grow deck, tends to counter other aggro decks fairly well. And then Empire Citadel is just very, very potent, can go super wide, super fast. So from Rustbrawl side, it's very difficult to predict what the ban will be, because Yum Yum's lineup is a mixture of very fast aggro and basically pretty slow value decks. So the Archer is aggro move Archer, you've got a hyper aggressive warrior deck, you've got like a mixed Redoran list that's like half aggro but also half rage, and then you have the really slow monk. I think if you're Ross, you're more than likely happy just to ban the Archer out. I think it's probably the deck that can get under a lot of your removal very quickly, as opposed to Warrior. Warrior doesn't really grow as much as it just play good stat lines, whereas the Archer list, obviously with the Caravan Enforcers and the Dune Smugglers, things can gain a lot of stats very quickly. And when you're playing things like Battle Mage and Guildsworn, you care quite a bit about the health totals, as opposed to just being able to hard remove things with like Javelin. While that is an option for Guildsworn, you also are playing cards that generate like Firebolts, you're playing Lightning Bolt. You do have to think about health totals on the creatures you're fighting. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ross ban out the Archer. I think he has a solid matchup into the rest of the lineup. As for Yum Yum, again, it's difficult because Ross's lineup is just a solid lineup. I wouldn't be shocked to see any of these decks banned, honestly, but I think if you're Yum Yum, you're looking at probably Battle Mage or Guildsworn more than anything. Potentially Scout, but I'm going to hedge my bets and say it's either the Battle Mage or Guildsworn here.
It's hard to ban against a well-rounded lineup.
Yeah,
And
it is. It is very
this
difficult.
is what we see now. So the bans are Battle Mage and Warrior.
Ross not necessarily fearing the snowball potential of the Archer, instead just banning the solid aggro list of the Warrior. Yeah, again, not surprised to see Battle Mage banned here.
Let's go into match then. And we see Scout, so this is Goblins against Move Archer.
Opening hand of double Caravan Enforcer and Mad Dash for Yum Yum, and we see a Sai, Grey Fox, and more likely just going to see the Sai and Grey Fox pitched back. I'd say Yum Yum is a full keep, as we have a Bloody Hand Chef and a Corner Club Gambler making his way into the hand, as Yum Yum does in fact pitch one Enforcer and 1 Mad Dash, finds a Moving Shadow and Awakened Dreamer, Swift Strike off the top, and a Scourge off the top for Ross. Like, just going to see a ringed Caravan Enforcer here. It's going to be met with a Mournhold Traitor. Unfortunately, there is a counter in the form of Moving Shadow.
Of course I'm on your side.
Likely just going to see the Moving Shadow come down here, as well as an Awakened Dreamer. Get in for 2, play Moving Shadow, keep your Caravan Enforcer covered.
I quite like Ross's hand into this.
Yeah. Yeah, here comes the Moving Shadow, so this is going to make the Caravan Enforcer a 4/4 recover. And Awakened Dreamer comes down in Shadow as well. So we're just going to see probably a Skulk dropped, I would say.
I would like the Gambler.
Yeah, Skulk and Shadow is, it makes sense here. Daring Cut Purse off the top for Yum Yum. Yum Yum's hand is not the best. Like, you can go face for 4 here, go face for 2, and you can Swift Strike, maybe kill the Trader if you're worried about it, but likely you're just going to see Cut Purse ring Dreamer.
This might be a Shadow Shift Murkwater Guide.
Yeah, takes the trade.
Deserves another.
I'll see probably him go face with the Skulk and shift it out. But yeah, it's either Guide or Scourge here.
Well, if you haven't played Guide before going face, then it's double 2 cast.
Versus 2-1. And the Chef is now contesting pretty much everything here in Shadowland.
Yum Yum couldn't find a way to buff the Dreamers.
Unfortunately, he was, I think, like one move piece away from snowballing.
Yeah, but even 1+1+1 would have turned his
Made all the
trades
difference
here
here.
favorable.
Yeah. So see Nimblala come down.
And then probably Ring, Caravan, Enforcer.
Yep.
Go all in.
So we can Scourge and Shadow Shift this turn. Scourge in Shadow Lane, curse off one of the 2/1s, Shadow Shift the Bloodhound Chef. Take the trade, keeps your chef alive. Scourge comes down, gets a curse. And then you have the option of developing the Murkwater Guide next turn to get 2 curses out of the Death Trigger on the Scourge. You'll see a second Swift Strike off the top for Yum Yum. Unfortunate timing on these Swift Strikes.
The forest is ours.
Close face, Swift Strikes, takes trade.
The forest is ours.
Oh, doesn't take the trade, it's taking trade instead with the 2/1.
I will spill your blood.
Yep, so I think Ross here is just going to develop the
3-Feather Warchief.
guide. Oh yeah, 3-Feather Warchief guide.
And that will deal with the Nimble Ally, so the Shadow Shift in Yum Yum's hand will be useless.
Yeah, 3-Feather Warchief comes down. Just gonna see this crust off. Leaving us with a 5/6 chef. Serpentine Stalker for Yum Yum off the top, and a Moving Shadows. Yeah, this from this position, this is going to be incredibly difficult to come back from. See Stalker developed. Maybe if the Stalker survives.
You have 8 damage with Swift Strike.
Yeah. You have Moving Shadows, Swift Strike, which is 8 damage, and it moves back into cover at the end of the turn, which means you could potentially...
If you can grab a Dune Smuggler, then that's +1/+1, and you have a Moving Shadows, that's +1/+1 again. That will be 6 with Swift Strike, that's little, but there is a Moose in Rosbidor's hand.
Yep.
And also the curse, if he really wants to be safe.
Care to make a friendly wager?
So we're going Gambler here.
Care
Second
to make
Gambler.
a friendly wager?
Pitching probably Dusk Eater. No, pitching the Moose. Okay. I see Dust Eater come down. He's opting to Curse. Just reducing coming damage. Respecting the potential for another Swift Strike here. Slinking
then-
Jackal off the top for Yum Yum.
Push for it till next turn. And Yum Yum's deck doesn't have protective prophecies.
Yeah, there's no outs here for him. I think this game is pretty much over.
Even if you trade, there is 9 damage in field, 8 damage in shadow. That will be one off, but with Cliff Racer, you won.
I'm like just going to get in for 3 here and move in shadow the Serpentine Stalker just to recover it. But again, he has to take the trade if that's there. If he wants to survive, the trade has to happen.
And it's a
We see
Tazcad.
Tazcad.
And this double
Many
skirmisher.
skirmishers.
That just sells it. Even with Cliff Racer, you had enough. This is more than enough.
Yeah. Probably Doomstalker. Yep. And Rospirit takes game 1. Moving into game 2 here, we have the Guildsworn versus the Archer. Yum choosing to run it back. one more time. I think this is probably just a potentially non-favored matchup, especially if your roster keeping. Oh, he doesn't keep the Daggerfall Mage. Interesting.
That's
It's opting
spinner
to-
instead, so that's really good against move.
I just find it interesting that that they ditched the Daggerfall. A lot of 2 health stat lines in Archer, and a lot of ways of dealing extra damage for the 3 healthers, especially with things like Rapid Shot. We see a Dune Smuggler come out. Ravenous Hunger is going to be a solid reply here. Forces a potential trade. Unfortunately for Ross, Yum Yum has the Gambit in hand. So we're going to see Bewildering Speed plus Archer's Gambit here. Yeah, Gambit's on the Smuggler just to move it back to safety and grow it a little bit more, make it a little bit harder to deal with. Gets in for 6. Turn 3, by the way. This is the Archer high roll.
Now you have to spinner.
Yep. Spinner comes down.
I fight with
And then you
Goes
hope
the
that
Smuggler.
Yum Yum doesn't have Swift Strike.
Yeah. Dune Stalker off the top. We do have the Bolt to deal with this Jackal.
Should have shift. Let's see. It's not
Second.
Swift Strike,
Cool.
so you live for now.
Ooh, Prophecy.
The problem with playing against move is that you cannot really guard up against it.
Yeah.
Time to move.
You have to have a guard in each lane at all times. Yeah, so this is a very clean turn for Ross. This is basically where you get to kind of stabilize. Now, Cliff Racer off the top doesn't even do it. We have Swift Strike in hand, but I think from here on out, Ross may be able to come back.
I think
Maybe
you
not.
forced it.
Yeah,
Because you have one guard, and then Yum Yum has a move, and the Swift Strike.
yeah. Unfortunate, one of those games where you just really, really wanted to see Cloud Rust. Yeah, unfortunate. This is gonna be game. Grand Ball, Swift Strike.
And Yum Yum takes the series at 1-1.
Yep. Very, very explosive hand from the Archer, especially with the ring. Able to get the Doom Smuggler rolling on turn 2. That's a huge advantage.
Also, not to forget about the Archer's Gambit. Without that, you would have had to trade in field, and then
Yeah, with the
the
hunger.
second Ravenous Hunger would have come down. So the 1 damage paid off. Game 3, it's Aggro Empire against the Aggro Rage Redoran.
Opening hands are looking not bad, actually. Yum Yum.
Wow, this is pretty good for Rust too.
Yep, Yum Yum on a hand of Protective Innocent, Young Mammoth, and Cloud Resolutionist. Ross having Dark Mane, Mudcrab, and Marked Man. Yum Yum pitching back the Cloud Rust, finding a Ulfric's House Carol.
Read my lips.
Ooh, if you're Ross, you take the hero here, right? you don't take the big frog.
We'll see how they like someone who fights back.
Cloud Rest off the top for Ross. Probably just going to see Dark Mane developed into Shuttle Lane potentially.
This one.
Offers
Ooh.
trade.
Offers a trade, and if Yum Yum goes for the value trade, you punish Oculatus and punish it.
As long as I fight well.
Finds a Mammoth off the top.
Talk here. One crab.
Oh, Gavel.
Read my lips. Mouth paw.
Gavel is a pretty big deal here.
And that will mean that the Mammoth won't trade favorably into your Dark main.
Yeah. Javelin off the top for Yum Yum here.
This
Yeah,
trade...
just gonna see a
okay,
squish.
swish. Otherwise this would have been punished by Cloudrest.
We find a Core Club off the top. Like you're just gonna see Markman come down, potentially pitching the defenses to Core Club. Or
Yeah,
more
I
than
would
likely
assume
pitching the
so.
hero.
Did you hear that?
Care to make a friendly wager?
And then Yum Yum has a Javelin.
Yep, ring Jav.
Deny the draw.
Finds a Mammoth. Likely just gonna develop the Mammoth here. Nope, just develops the hero.
I slay the unworthy.
For the Emperor. This should help
Hunting Spirit up top for Russ. So we're just gonna see Hunting Spirit and Cloudrest come down here. Cloudrest take the trade. Nice and free. Spirit comes down, opts to not break the rune. And it pays off as a golden initiate comes off the top for Yum Yum.
We'll rebuild Skyrim.
Speak,
See
citizen.
House Girl and the initiate developed. Gavel off the top. Yeah, I think from this point you're just you're taking your beats.
You start swinging, you play Cloudrest, and then you hope that the initiate won't gain back all the health.
See Collision Giant off the top. Champion of the arena. Garnag.
A little distraction
Yeah,
might
Cloudrest
prove
comes
useful.
down. Yeah, a Rage off the top will be the big blowout here. He does have a squish, so we can gain 6 while also breaking the rune.
Ita ora.
Yeah, breaks the rune, draw the card, finds Protector of the Innocent, Edict for Ross. We're gonna see Squish. Take the second trade here, I would imagine. No, Champion.
I'll prove my nobility to the world.
Yeah, Champion pings off. So
This
what are
is
we?
10 on board. 2 with Gale.
And unfortunately, he's lacking one extra creature to pop his own Hunting Spirit here. Trying to remember, does Edict let you target your own?
I think not, because I was usually not able to use my edicts when I had no enemies.
Destroy an enemy, yeah. Okay. Unfortunate. Could have been a spicy lethal. Yeah, instead we're just going to get him for damage and likely just Edict off
Edict,
his
yeah.
initiate, yeah. Trader comes down. Here off the top. Yeah, I think from this point you're pretty much just dead.
We'll see how they like someone who
Protector, Squish. necro off the top.
Format cred. And then you have to get a removal.
Come, do my
Even 1 damage does it. Oh wow.
Oh, that's huge. Ashcan for the refill.
I would have picked the arrow that would have killed off the 3-1, and then you win this turn.
Oh. True.
prophecies are but words.
Raspierdal and myself both just saw the card draw and went, hmm.
You said legendary, you picked it.
It's like, 6 mana, draw 3, and we can play it.
It potentially
Realistically-
doesn't change the outcome just when you get to the outcome. And also this was
Yeah.
safer because you know that you're not hitting prophecy. Or I mean that you could have attacked first with the hunting spirit and then
Yeah.
you would have seen.
Yeah, but that would require knowing what you're getting on a mudcrab before you swing. And so he mudcrabbed first, knowing just to know what his options were. Ashcan is the safer option because if you do hit a prophecy, if you do hit like a cloud rest, then you're kind of screwed. Or if you hit a javelin or something like that. So yeah, no, the Ashcan was a safer play, going for Ashcan first and then swinging.
So it's Guildsworn versus Agro
Redoran.
Redoran.
Yeah,
With
so
rage.
double sower. Yeah, double sower and belligerent in the hand of Yum Yum. Very, very slow hand. Raspierdal is going to be able to get in a lot of free damage early. Opposite not developed the Wardcrafter, interestingly. Potentially expecting an execute in the hand. I think now is the turn to develop the Wardcrafter. If he gets executed, at least you're not passing next turn. Yeah. So we do see Wardcrafter come down here. Because if your opponent does spend an execute on it this turn, you're playing Cloud Rest on the following turn anyway. Yeah, as we see Windkeep Spellsword come down. Ravenous Hunger off the top. Likely just going to be Cloud Rest, ping off the ward.
I'll try to draw their fire.
Let you maintain the ward on your own Wardcrafter here. Spinner off the top for Yum Yum.
That will deal with Wardcrafter.
By Arcade's being, stay back.
Take off Dagger, clears off this Cloud Rest. Dawnbreaker off the top. I think it's just Hunger and Shadow. Concede field lane here and come back with the Cradle Crush. Ops instead to fight it. Mammoth off the top.
Do not fear.
Solar comes down.
You should.
To oblivion.
See Belligerent Giant off the top. This is going to be an interesting turn, just to see what the decision is. Does opt to go for the Alfiq.
This sets up Cradle on next turn.
Yep. Cradle or potentially Fingers, depending on what the play is here, as we see Belligerent Giant come down. So this is likely just going to be a Fingers. Tag the Giant for 1, 2 on the Slower, 3 on the Giant again. Yep. Me too, in fact, see it. And 3.
Hit your own prophecy, but you
Oh.
cannot play it.
Do not fear me, mortal.
As the second Sower comes down, followed by an Eastmarch Crusader, draws an Execute. Goes for Javelin and Channel Storm.
My Arcade's being
Windkeep comes down.
will be mine.
Mammoth comes down. Initiate off the top. It's a tricky turn for Ross. All your plays are very, very awkward. Like you can Skaven and Cradle Crush potentially. To bolt and probably develop the Skaven. Skaven or Initiate plus Hunger. Yep, Skaven and the Hunger alongside. Just douche off the top for Yum Yum, allowing him to pretty freely take care of this Hunger. Dawnbreaker comes down, gets in for 6. Vigilant Giant off the top. Second Alfiq. Unfortunately, the Atronach is still in hand. But I think in this position you're pretty happy just to Belligerent Giant, bounce the Windkeep, and develop your Golden Initiate in Shadow. Because you can sword it up yourself on the following turn, start draining for 7. Speculative Piercing likely going to come down here as a 12-12.
And then you hope not to see another Javelin. We have already seen one.
They're in my sights.
Javelin or Belligerent. Yeah, we could potentially just go for charge here. Nope, does in fact go for the guard. See a moose off the top. Yeah, Ross has no clean way through this aspect. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Vigilant Giant come down.
Moose Flameatre. You can set up for Alfiq knockdown with that.
Moose does set the aspect to 7, so you can cleanly answer it with the Dawnbreaker on the Initiate, if it survives. Yeah, so we're going to see the Dawnbreaker come down first, and then the Moose, Alfie comes down in front of it. Sets up for a potential Cradle Crush. Ross just actively, or proactively going for the health gain here, just in case.
Speak, citizen.
My arcane spear.
Windkeep comes down.
This day will be mine.
Happy.
Trade Field and Shadow, develop Vigilant Giant and Flameatre. There is a prophecy.
Speak.
Another
Another
initiative.
Initiate. Yes, this is going to be Vigilant Giant. Yep, Giant comes down, cycles card. Finds Regier. Flameatre comes down alongside. Gatekeeper off the top for Yum Yum. Doesn't quite have the damage to clear this this giant.
Yeah, even with Gatekeeper, it's just 7.
Yeah, likely just gonna see the Gatekeeper come down and the Windkeep bump it.
Close ranks. Let nothing
We see both Gatekeepers come down.
Channel Storm off the top.
This is a Cradle in field. And then Harpy the Mammoth.
I mean, you could Spinner the Gatekeeper, take the favorable, and then Shackle the Gatekeeper after, but
Oh, okay, Red Ear.
because you still could have Channel Stormed the Mammoth off.
This is the best Red Ear you're gonna get in this match.
Yeah. They got Dagger off top for Yum Yum. Yeah, I'm not. I don't hate the Red Ear here, seeing as you've got so much more card advantage. You can rebuild off the back of it a lot better than your opponent. Monastic Champion off the top for Yum Yum. Going to get answered by a Shrieking Harpy.
Ferocity.
You could do Skaven and Channel Storm too. Prophecy. And the Javelin.
Javelin. Yep. I think you Harpy does instead go for Skaven, and Cradle Crush develops more power. Crusader's Assault off the top. Another dead draw for Yum Yum. Phalanx for Ross, another absolute banger. 5/6 with Shadow. Ward Crafter comes down. Targets the Cradle Crush. Garnag and the third Sower in the hand of Yum Yum. The third Sower comes down, but it's not going to matter. Thanks to the Earthbone.
Do you not fear me, mortal?
And even without Earthbone, it will be 5 damage from Shadow and 2 damage from Field.
Yeah. And an aspect off the top.
Keep your distance.
So this will mean that Rossbuilder takes the series 3-1
3-1.
in the first match of the second round. So, Endozona versus Avenged Fish. Based on the lineups, who would you favor?
It's very difficult. We know that Endo is a very accomplished player. Their lineup is pretty solid. Avenged Fish is a little bit more of a wildcard pick. The Dagoth deck is a little bit interesting in some of the inclusions. The Aggro Redoran, a solid list with 1 or 2 again strange inclusions, and then obviously we just have the solid Empire Aggro and Goblin Scout. So it's difficult really to say who's favored. Just because I'm very familiar with Endo, and like I said, I've played against them in tournament before. I'm gonna favor Endo, and they're a very accomplished player, like I said. I'm interested to see what way this goes, just because the lineups are very different for the most part.
We know for a fact that Endo is banning Scout. He was coming to the tournament with the plan to ban Goblin Scout, and he built a lineup so that he can ban Goblin Scout. But what will Avenged Fish ban here?
Likely you're looking to ban probably the Guildsworn. It's Guildsworn or it's going to be Dominion, I would say. I think they're the worst matchups for your lineup. You're not particularly happy to play in a Empire mirror match most of the time, and the Assassin is a bit weird. So, but likely I would say the Guildsworn or Dominion. That's what I would be going for.
And here are the bans. It's Assassin and Scout.
Okay, yeah. So Endo sticking to the plan of just banning all the scouts.
And in game 1, we have Dominion versus Redoran. So these are both very aggressive lists.
Well, the Dominion is more mid-grow. It is going as far as playing Fingers of the Mountain. So it should have decent game versus other aggro decks just on the back of being able to build a board and play Fingers. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what way this works out as we see Midnight Trespasser, Ghostgate Defender, and Warhol Trader in Hand of Endo versus 5th Legion Trainer.
Of course I'm on your side.
What is the Bleak Coast Troll? I could not read that for a second. Bleak Coast Troll, Dragentail Savior, and Vivek in the hand of Avenged Fish. Oh my god, I could not read that. Trader comes down.
I'm surprised that Endo played the Traitor in Shadow, but he has Shadow Shift.
Yeah, with the Shadow Shift, you're basically inviting your opponent to play into field lane just so you can immediately take it back. As we see that happening here. Gets in, develops the 1-mana 2/2. Runs right off the top for Avenged Fish. We're going to see Dragentail Savior come down and offer
I can take up pit bait
to take a trade. Administrator. Ooh, Crown Quartermaster is a perfect draw here.
Yeah, you're
Quartermaster
taking
down.
the trade anymore.
Yeah.
And you
Dagger
can
up
just
your
get
Trespasser.
Defender Shadow.
Nope, just play the Execute here. That is Endo's one and only copy of Execute in the deck. Edict comes down. Trading Edict for a 2-drop is pretty good value if you're Endo.
We'll have to settle.
Ghostgate Defender comes down, Exalted, pings it off. Yep, brings out the Quartermaster. This is another semi-solid Dragtail Saber, but unfortunately we're aware of the dagger in hand. So probably just going to see Young Mammoth come down, or Bleak Coast Troll.
Is it Troll?
Shining Saint comes down, doesn't really save any of her creatures in this position, so it's probably just going to be Dagger, Double Trade, Dominion, Battle Reeve, and Pass. Spinner on this Battle Reeve is pretty good, but you also have the Sower.
Fear me, mortal. You should.
Nasty.
And Asi is a very clean answer to this Sower right now.
Anasi finds it useful to use her enemy's strength against them.
Yep. Endozoa continuing just to get the damage in. But the shape of the cards in Avenged Fish's hand are really problematic for Endo, just because they all have pretty good, pretty high health, and it's making it difficult for the Shining Saint to really do anything to give him favorable trades. As we see a Scimitar come down.
Also, let's not forget about the Vivek.
Yeah.
Endo will need an answer for that.
10-10 is a lot of stats. Likely we're just going to see the Battle Reeve trade for the Sower here.
The Oriole do not waste time chatting with mortals.
Shadow shifts. We are seeing the Battle Reeve trade for the Dragon Tail, rather. Yep, Scourge is coming down.
Spinner answers the Scourge, and then you can bob in.
I would rather
Yep, Bolton comes out of Shadow. Go start running up some rallies. Hive Defender for Endo. Solid answer to this Bolvin. Yeah, I think at this point you just play the Vivek in field.
Yeah, this is Vivek's turn. And then you can win in 3 turns. Does Endo have any answers for that Vivek as a 10-10?
It is like juggling.
Not cleanly.
Darkness as I have
Yeah, it's pretty much just fingers. It's gonna have to be like a trade plus fingers. Discerning Thief comes off the top. Hive Defender trade.
Quicker than your eye.
Discerning Thief comes down. Gonna see Trainer, Ulvlothy, and Forerunner.
Endo also has Encano, so that could help you out.
Yeah.
But that's just 5 damage, not the 10 you need.
Yeah, basically it's gonna take a minimum of 2 cards to try and deal with this Vivek. So Avenged Fish should be just starving Endo of resources for the next couple of turns while he builds the board. See Channel Storm off the top. Channel Storm can deal with one of the small creatures. Takes out the old Lothy just to stop the rallies. Garnag off the top. Garnag basically seals out the Ancano as an answer.
I'll see you dead.
feel the wrath of a
That gets in. Surround Pawnbroker plus Fervor. Down comes Garnag.
And you'll have lethal next turn.
We must protect the Night Mother.
Yep, fingers
Hope for
and
curse.
Pawnbroker.
And it's
Fine,
just
close
a
call. Rift Thane. Yeah, you're just gonna try and lethal him here. Bolt comes off the top. Doesn't really do anything.
And this is why Avenged Fish attacked with back first.
Yeah.
No one gets through.
Oh, Cloud Rest.
Okay.
Last rune, Cloud Rest. Rift Thane comes down.
I will push them back.
5-2 breakthrough. Harpy off the top for Endo. You could Harpy, close call, Harpy, take 2 trades.
If you would have 12 Magicka, then you could have stabilized here. But without 10,
Yeah.
you cannot take all the trades, play Cliff Racer and Harpy too.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Saran trade into the Vivek, Cloud Rest into the 5th Legion Trainer, Harpy the Garneg, bounce it back, Harpy the Rift Thane. Yep. And you're just aiming to clean it up next turn. Castfire Scout off the top for Avenged Fish. Now Endo can develop the Fervor here.
Prankster Mate saves you from, I'm ashamed to say this, Curse by a Scout. Because that's that 1 damage.
The problem is you need to Fervor to kill off the
Yep.
Garneg.
And this is
So
the
yeah,
same
it's-
problem we had last turn.
Yep, Garnag really just choking this game out. What a good card. Yep,
And
Endo
it's a
scoops it up.
concede. So 1-0 to Avenged Fish.
Really interesting matchup, actually.
Next up we have Empire Mirror.
Everyone's favorite.
Your favorite.
We've seen Osa in the hand of Avenged Fish with the ring. Double Young Mammoth. Endo's looking at a hand of Pawnbroker, Cloud Solutions, and Shadow Shift. Likely is going to pitch this Cloud Rest. And maybe the Shadow Shift, look for something they can play a little bit earlier. Try to get this Pawnbroker activated as soon as possible. Ops 2 full ship finds Dunestalker, Execute, and Empire Oathman. Off the top, Fervor. Cliff Racer for Avenged Fish. Going to be a little bit slower off the start here. Dunestalker is going to come down here for Endozoa. Finding a pit line off the top. Deepwood Trapper off the top for Avenged Fish. But I would say it's just going to be Ring Mammoth. Ring Mammoth, Mammoth, Ring Osa. As Endo finds a Mammoth of their own. For 3. Yeah, your Mammoth just trades over here. You could play the Mammoth and ring the Trapper if you're Avenged Fish. But I prefer just
I'm ready for
going,
anything.
just trading Mammoth for Mammoth in this position. I don't think it's necessary to play the Trapper.
This will be an Execute.
Yeah, gets punished by Execute here.
One crab merchant.
Or maybe not. Instead, Endo's going to develop Pit Line. Takes Sheer Point Dragon. Develops Pit Line. Mammoth over Trapper. This is going to get met with a Ring Osa. 16 for 8. They're thinking about potential Cliff Racer here, but no, I think Osa is the correct play 90% of the time here. Oh my god.
The Mud Crab is out of usable cards. This is what everyone left in the shop.
Hold on. I wanted to check Avenged Fish is this. Is there any Daedra? I mean, technically, it does draw him a 4/5 reflective automaton.
So when you next time play Osa, then you don't have Reflective and Automaton anymore.
I mean, you only really expect to play 1 to 2 Osa per game, so.
You know what will be funny? If this game would be drawn out, and the Awakened Imperfect would come down because of drawing the Mud Crabs.
Just looking at Endo's list, there's yeah, there's only three neutrals in Endo's list, and I don't believe. Well, there is Shining Saint for Endo.
We see a Cloud Rest Prophecy.
Yep.
This saves you from an exact 1 damage.
Cliff Racer comes down.
And
I mean,
Avenged Fish has Cliff Racer, Resendar. So
Yeah.
while it doesn't seem like that, this game is coming close to the halt.
You do have a Nasi to take an extra trade here. So Endo can clean this board up. So Nasi's gonna steal a charge from the Cliff Racer.
Yeah, you trade everything, and then you die to charges in Avenged Fish's hand.
Yeah. Yeah, Endo, I don't believe has any answers to turns of charge. There's no real life gain, no profiteers.
The Oriole do not
Shining
waste
Saint.
time chatting with mortals.
Oathman. Interesting that Endo went for this line rather than Nasty.
And this will leave 1 damage on board, meaning that
Yeah.
the Cliff Racer will be lethal. And it's a
Yeah, this-
prophecy. Initiate.
Golden Initiate. Yeah.
I'll find you the finest recruits in Syria.
Yeah, I much rather would have seen Endo take the turn to clean up the board and then go for lethal, or try and basically push lethal on the following turn.
And it's
rather than
game
trying to take damage that
2
turn.
to Avenged Fish.
Mm-hmm.
Can Dagoth win 1 match in 3 matches? We've asked the same of Avenged Fish last time he was in Dagoth, but then it was a Goblin Dagoth. Now it's a mid-grow, mid-range Dagoth.
Yeah, it's mid Dagoth with Stone Troll.
Going up against Empire.
Yep, so the hand of Endo, Gavel, Cliff Racer, Haunting Spirit, Avenged Fish, Leaf Lurker, Belligerent Giant, Awakened Dreamer, likely on to pitch the Belligerent and Leaf Lurker. Avenged Fish keeps, interesting, okay. Turn 1 Trainer for Endo is going to be followed up by Haunting Spirit,
We see you waking.
Awakened Dreamer in response. Yep, Ring Haunting Spirit. Takes 1. Gonna see Ring Black Dragon next turn.
You can repitch at Warcrafter. Kill the trainer.
Yep, so you Rapid Shot and trade first, and then ward afterwards. Yep,
Join.
trades first. Down comes Warcrafter.
Careful there.
Wine Shadow.
second trainer off the top for Endo. Likely just going to see this developed in Shadow and potentially the Caspire Scout.
I'll whip them into shape.
Yep. Offering the Awakened Gymmer 2 very unfavorable trades here.
Spinner will get rid of.
You should
The
take
Hunting
the
Spirit?
trade with the Spirit first. If
Yeah,
this was me, I would trade with the Spirit first because there's a chance you can just 2-for-1 the Scout here. Neutralize the buff as well as just get rid of the card draw.
card draw, yeah.
I fight with the fervor of the wild hunt.
Interesting. Okay, should have taken the trade first.
Join.
But he does have the Leaf Lurker in hand, so that's probably the angle he's playing for here. Takes 4, finds a hand for turn 5.
I shall cure it.
The day got special. I think if you're Avenged Fish, you just develop the hand, yeah. It's so good. Yeah, ignore the trainer this turn, and then next turn you wound it, Leaf Lurker. Can play the Trapper in front of the hand. The hand will not get shackled because of the ward, but it does leave it open to the return trade from the Black Dragon.
And that will
You can
also get
also-
rid of all the other hands in Avenged Fish's deck.
Yeah, you can also just Trapper plus Captain here, which puts the which would have put the Black Dragon out of range of the trade if you're worried about the Trapper getting removed. So hand is going to take the trade here. The question is, what are you doing the rest of your turn? I kind of want to see Firebolt Leaf Lurker on the Black Dragon.
Yeah, me too.
That's, I think, the most threatening piece of Endo's board at the moment.
Also, you know that Endo has many ways to buff even 1 health on the Black Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. And you're also, if you take the trade with this Trapper, you're losing your hands for the rest of the game. Although I'm not sure if that really matters, considering they're going to be very slow to develop in the face of this Empire deck. Takes the trade.
And there is a Fervor.
We're just going to see Leaf Lurker on the... Is going for Firebolt Leaf Lurker. Okay.
Forest is my clone.
Yep, I like this line a lot. Trader off the top for Endo. Like
So
you're
you
just going to see
can trade your
Trader
Captain.
plus Captain. Yeah.
You can trade in field with your card space scout after the captain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Trader Captain, and then the Captain gets the fervor buff on the turn after, so it's attacking as a 3-3.
Of course I'm on your side. Nothing like a good battle.
Yep, gets rid of the Black Dragon, more than likely. Nope, on Spirit. Inspire takes the trade, finds a 5-mana Edict. Forked Bolt for Avenged Fish. Lizard Giant's going to bounce the Trader.
And then Endo will have a Fervor to trade with meet captain.
Yeah, the fourth bolt in the hand of Avenged Fish is not what you want to be seeing here. Now, they are running 2 cards extra. They're running 77 cards and 2 copies of Forked Bolt. So, if they weren't on Forked Bolt, that could have been literally anything else.
That could have potentially been a fingers in this situation, which would have been so much better. Holds the attack. We find a pit line off the top. So we're going to see Fervor, either Fervor pit line or Fervor trader. I would imagine Fervor pit line.
It could be Pit Lion Edict too, if you're going full aggressive.
Yeah, Fervor. I prefer developing the Fervor here. Ghost Trader. It's a strike for Avenged Fish, as well as a Firebolt. See, Firebolt, Forkbolt. So you're 2 turns off Red Gear. Firebolt, Forkbolt is going to take the trade with the trainer. You should really play the Pawnbroker here. If you find like a Paralyze, it's pretty big. Is they going to play the Raz and try and draw a card here? Probably not. Is he going to mark the damage? No, just playing it for potential card advantage, finds the Dragon Tail Savior. I would prefer to see him develop the Pawnbroker and maybe the Lizra.
Pawnbroker and Lizra would have offered you a possible trade next turn.
Yeah. There's so many impactful zero costs that Pawnbroker could have potentially offered you there. Because if you're Avenged Fish, your main thing right now is surviving until Red Gear.
But it
Current objective
feels
survive.
like there won't be a Red Gear this game.
Gambler off the top.
I don't know if Shadow Shift can get you anything that would bear you out. You can try to Pawnbroker and find the Shackle.
Shadow Shift. Finds Battle Mace. Pawnbroker. Finds Markwater Goblin. Battle Mace trades here. This is pretty much...
And it's 9 damage in Shadow.
Yep.
And also
Now there-
resin there.
Yeah, the Raz finds another Raz. So even if there was a Harpy in the last rune, the Raz would have still got through. As Endo takes his first game of the series. Still 2-1-2 Avenged Fish. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the Pawnbroker line the turn before would have been much better. If you find something impactful, you're taking an extra trade or you're preventing an extra 6 damage. You're also developing an extra body in the Luzra. Potentially the Raz comes down, then that turn clears off the trader. Then you have a much higher chance, I think, of surviving until turn 10 to Red Gear and reset the board. So yeah, not a huge fan of not developing the Pawnbroker that turn, but it is what it is.
What's stronger into this Dagoth, the Guildsworn or the Dominion?
I think the Guildsworn.
Well, then Endo is probably queuing up that next.
Yeah, if it was me, it would be Guildsworn.
And yes, it is Guildsworn versus Dagoth.
Opening hand is Ghostgate, Grave of a Brigand, and Cloudrust, and from Avenged Fish it is Fingers, Britain Conjurer, and a Mournhole Trader. Endo opting to ditch 2, while Avenged Fish full keeps, finds a second Breton Conjurer off the top.
Fingerless off Friendo. We see a rage drawn by Avenged Fish.
Of course, I'm on your side.
And Trader comes down. Stunning Thief off the top Friendo.
My paws are quicker than your
Plays the Thief. Ward Crafter for Avenged Fish, very powerful draw here. Lets him take the trade fairly freely.
Watch yourself now.
It's going to be followed up with a Breton Conjure next turn. Rapid Shot drawn.
This will
Could
just...
Rapid Shot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Rapid Shot ring Brigand here.
Yeah.
Your coin or your life. Choose.
You take
Okay,
a turn
that
to
makes-
cycle it because you're going to play an Exalted Temple Conjurer next turn. Sentinel Battle Mace drawn for Avenged Fish. Again, very strong.
That will give you trade on the Wardcrafter, and then you can go face it right now.
Yep.
You can play Breton next turn and follow it up with fingers.
Yep, exactly. Ping your Brent for 1 and deal 5 to Endo's board, which would have been perfect had Endo gone for, or it will be perfect as Endo is going to go more than likely for Temple Conjurer.
I will have
Yep, takes trade, develops the Conjurer. Endo is going to go Exalted Temple Conjurer this turn and is going to get perfectly answered by these fingers.
The light of the three.
Yeah. And you have the Ward Crafter on the following turn to reward your Conjurer. Yep, fingers, ping it for 1, deal 2 to the Conjurer, deal 3 to the Atronach. Super clean. Fell the Mighty is a solid answer to the Atronach, but instead opts to spend the fingers.
This way you protect yourself from rewarding.
Yep.
As Avenged Fish has a Wardcrafter and the next Battle Mace in hand ready to be deployed on this Conjurer.
Bounces the Conjurer. Moral Trader drawn for Avenged Fish. You could play the Trader and ward it in hopes that you can take the trade with the Giant, but as we can see in the hand of Endo, we have a very clean answer in the form of Fell the Mighty, which may just be a blowout.
You can trust me.
Trader, Breton Conjurer, and we're going to see Wardcrafter, I would say, come down alongside. Yeah, Wardcrafter on the Trader. Again, cleanly answered by Fell the Mighty. Does mean that you give Avenged Fish an Atronach.
Draw
Brigand
first.
comes down, draw the parent. Yep. Yeah, we're going to see Fell. Fell, ring Wardcrafter on the 2-1.
spill your blood.
Deserves another.
Opts not too interesting.
You could let the Wardcrafter ward your Belligerent Giant next turn, so it doesn't die to Atronach when trading.
So you can fork bolt your Conjurer here. Sharpshooter the 2-1. Battle Mace your Warcrafter trade with the Giant.
And
You get 2
Avenged Fish
Atronachs out of this.
Does
Yeah.
seem like he's taking that trade. Okay. Oh wow. This changes it. Unless you
Ooh,
play the Apprentice.
If
and
Endo
Shadow.
plays a Shadow,
Yeah.
it's... Yeah, okay.
And he draws another Fell.
I mean, you still do it.
I will have your head.
Zed is just going to opt to rage on the Atronach. First, let's see Crusader, Ring Fell.
My blade is death to
Rings the Black Dragon. So strike drawn for Avenged Fish. That's 18 damage. That's 21 damage for Avenged Fish.
face me, you dog.
Battle Mace. It's in.
Seems like it was too tempting.
Even if he more cool tier, we have the Sharpshooter.
I only need
And here comes the Swift Strike. So you're waiting for...
Cliff Riser or Bolt.
Yeah.
Yeah, sets Endo to 3. Actually, I don't think there's... No, there is no bolts in... No bolts in... Avenged Fish's list.
Oh,
Also, no Cliff Racers.
that's a problem. Because Endo will retake the board now.
Yeah.
He has
Ghost Gaze.
double Ghost Gate Defender.
Yeah, Fell the Mighty plus Ghost Gates.
I'm not
Also
sure if
Lightning
you fell
Bolt.
the Mighty. You could just trade and then keep the Fell the Mighty for later usage. Since Avenged Fish will be playing creatures in Shadow.
Yeah. The main reason I would go Fell here is just because you're maintaining your board and you can threaten to win on the backswing with Ancano. $10, $15, $17. Yep, we do see the Fell. Yep, you get him for a little bit of damage here this turn. Set him to
Oh wait,
oh, that is just lethal with
with Lightning Bolt.
Yep.
We
never
completely
mind.
missed that.
Didn't do the math. Yeah, Endo ties it up 2-2. It's interesting that there's no lightning bolts and no cliff racers in this Dagoth list. Yeah.
Next up
Dominion.
we have Dominion into the Dagoth.
Opening hand is Rapid Shot, Warcrafter, and Red Year for Avenged Fish, Darkmane, Pawnbroker, and Black Dragon for Endo. Finch mulliganing the Red Year finds Leaflurker. Third off the top for Endo, and a Mighty Conjuring Drone for Avenged Fish. We're going to see Ring Warcrafter, and it's going to get responded to with a Mournhold Trader, I would imagine. Darkmane gets punished by Rapid Shot. Opts to play it in Shadow Lane. Rapid Shots it. Was a Breton Conjurer.
Spending your rapid shot to draw a Breton Conjurer doesn't feel right.
Yeah, well, we're going to see Ring Conjurer next turn, and then Exalted Temple Conjurer on the follow-up. Sentinel Reclaimer for Avenged Fish. Yeah, I think you take this turn just to develop your Breton Conjurer.
Next turn you can also... Oh, okay. Next turn you
Yeah.
can Sentinel Reclaimer and give the sword to the Breton so it trades with Traitor.
Yeah. You can also just mark, ping the Trader for a damage here and ring Leaf Lurker. You completely retake Shadow Lane. See another Rapid Shot off the top, as well as an Earth Spawn. Okay, as I said, going to Leaf Lurk the Black Dragon.
the forest is my cloak.
Endo
Then this
can
is
clear
Fair
up
War.
Shadow Lane here. Oh, never mind. No, I'm lying.
Not because of the Traitor's less gasp. So
Yeah.
if you play Fairward, then you trade with Traitor, and then you favorably trade with Darkmane.
I will spill your blood.
And you hope the
Does-
Avenged Fish has no way of rewarding the Breton.
Yeah, luckily Avenged Fish does not have a means of doing it just yet. So we're likely just going to see this Breton Conjurer traded off and a Temple Conjurer come down exalted.
Do not take you.
Opts not to take the trade first, interesting. Could have been massively punished by Cloud Rest. Instead, we might be seeing Will-O-the-Wisp plus Reclaimer. Set up for a life swing next turn.
Thing is, we
Will
will,
plus Core Club.
especially now, we will see the fingers remove Worldcrafter, Will-O-the-Wisp, and the
The
Gambler.
Gambler. Yeah. Cloud Rest drawn for Endo. The good news, at least for Revenge Fish in this situation, is at least Endo didn't develop the board.
I would have
Fingers
liked
is-
Reclaimer or Gambler more.
Yeah.
You're not using your Magicka.
Cliff Racer, Surround Pawnbroker, finds Cruel Fire Bloom.
This is Mighty Conjuring. That's why you played Temple Conjurer last turn.
Yep.
You are not worthy.
They're just going to come down here and ping off this Cliff Racer. I'm probably backed up by a Core Club Gambler.
We see you wait.
Oh wow.
Goes Dreamer, okay.
You're leaking
the need.
Magicka. Every turn.
See the Neen off the top. So you can Ghost Gate and ping off the spinner.
We'll have to settle this the hard way.
Then you have Pawnbroker and Bernzai left.
Yeah, so you Fire Bloom, see where it lands. Snipes the 3/4, and now you can play either the Pawnbroker or the Baron's Eye.
Time to make
Yep,
a
goes for Baron's Eye here. Finds a Breton Conjurer off the top. Now, as Mighty Conjuring is still active, but it does lose to the Sidonine in the hand of Endo.
I would just like to point out that anything Avenged Fish does this turn will leak one Magicka again.
Yeah.
And you head
Yeah.
to the ring.
Yeah, Endo is going to he's going to gain 9 this turn. 10 potentially. We're going to see Ghost Gate tag the ward here. Then we're going to see Sidonine plus Steel Dagger on this Baron's Eye. Potentially roll the Pawnbroker, see if you get a lesser ward. Finds a Dress By.
If you would have rolled the curse, then you could have traded favorably in field with Bernzai.
Cloud Rest.
Nothing will trace back to us.
Ghost Gate on top. Discards. Take off the ward. Holds on to Sidonine for now. Core Club ditching Cloud Rest. Second Core Club ditching Sidonine.
He's thinking about Cancano.
I think you keep Ancano.
goes for Ancano.
Oh, interesting.
So you
okay.
hope, because you will be drawing 4 plus 1, so 5. You're more likely to draw more damage with low cost cards than you would be if you would have kept the Ancano. Because that would have taken up 8 of your Magicka.
See if you can find something useful.
Reclaimer comes down. Swords up the Atronach.
Assist strike will finish it, but you don't have assist strike.
Care to make a friend?
Hammer comes down. Ditches the Brent Conjurer.
Losing a magic again. The reason I'm pointing this out is because in mid-range mirror, it matters a lot.
Yeah. You find 2 Battle Reeves and a Swift Strike. Is that enough to lethal? 10,
Yeah, you have saved any.
15. Yeah. That's lethal. And there's, I don't believe, any prophecies that save Avenged Fisher.
Yeah, no lightning bolt.
Yep, Swift Strike. That's it.
Skip the rune, and the game
Yep.
goes to Ender, meaning he has won 3-2.
Yeah, that was a reverse sweep actually.
Yeah, Veigot couldn't find a win in 3 games.
Yeah, I think not running any reach or burst damage in Dagoth is probably not the move. Like, forked bolts are cute and the stone throws are niche includes, but I think you'd be much better served by playing lightning bolt and cliff racers. Cliff racers maybe not necessarily as much, but lightning bolt definitely in Dagoth. Just the ability to deal 4 over anything is so big when you're playing a deck that is very often hitting your opponent for quite a lot in the mid game. So just having access to that kind of reach is, I think, invaluable. So yeah, just something interesting to think about and consider. I think that was like the big downfall for this Dagon list specifically, was the fact that it couldn't deal any over the top damage.
I think we have a scientific fact that Goblin Veigot is stronger than this version of Mid Veigot Avenged was playing, because Goblin Veigot won 1 game in 3
Yeah.
and this didn't. Okay,
Oh
let's
my God.
look at the bracket. At the end of round 2, we had Respirador winning 3-1 against Yum Yum and Endeavor winning 3-2 against Avenged Fish. This will mean that the standings are as follows. In first place, we have Respirador for now with 6 wins and 3 losses. His win rate is at 66%. And the Zero is at 6-4 with 60%, Avenged Fish at 4-6 with 40%, and Yum Yum 3-6 at 33%. And we'll be coming back with the final round of the final stage of the 4th Summer Tournament in just 5 minutes. Welcome back to round 3 of the final stage of the 4th summer tournament. We are about to go into the last game for Yum Yum and Avenged Fish. Yum Yum is playing Archer, Warrior, Monk and Brethren, while Avenged Fish is playing Scout, Dagoth, Brethren and Empire. Just looking at the lineups and knowing that Warrior was banned for Yum Yum until now, and Scout was banned on Avenged Fish side until now, what will be the bans this time?
Well, I'm hoping that the Warrior isn't banned this time around. I'd like to see it run at least once this tournament. But it's difficult, really, because Avenged Fish's lineup is a little bit odd. The decks aren't your typical lists. He's got 2 odd lists in the Dagoth and Brethren, and then 2 sort of more standard versions of decks in the Goblin Scout and the Empire. Yum Yum has a very similar thing going on with his lineup. He's got a odd build of Move Archer. He's got a build of Aggro Warrior, which isn't a deck that's often seen anymore. The Altar Monk, which is obviously a strange deck in and of itself, and then the Aggro Rage Veteran. So the lineups are interesting. It's difficult to really know. As much as I don't want to see the Warrior banned again, I wouldn't be surprised to see it banned. It's either the Warrior or the Archer from Yum Yum I would more than likely ban if I was Avenged Fish. And if I was Yum Yum, it's difficult. I think the Dagoth or potentially Goblin Scout would be the bans.
Let's see them. The ban was Goblins again and Move Archer. So you will see the Warrior played.
About time.
And here we go. First match. It's Warrior versus Rederen.
Opening hand for Avenged Fish. Immediately mulligan to his all forecasts. As we see Barrow Stalker, Ash, Berserker, and Candleheart Brawler mulliganing the Berserker and the Brawler, finding Haunting Spirit and Underworld Vigilante, and the Brawler comes back. We have Revenge Fish, Witherhand Cultist, Young Mammoth, Rapid Shot, Haunting Spirit, and an Edict drawn for turn. Revenge Fish, no 2-drops. Rapid Shotting the Barrel Stalker for card draw. Yum Yum finds a Windkeep, rings out the Haunting Spirit. Likely going to get met with a Young Mammoth from Avenged Fish.
We must remain steady.
Plays the Cultist instead.
To play the Cultist, yeah. Oh. Goes face, interesting. Off to play 2-drops. Ends up being the correct play just because of this Edict in the hand of Avenged Fish. Cleanly answer whatever catches the Haunting Spirit buff right now.
Let's see what the matchup has to offer.
Outheart Giant and Aldrune Armsmaster takes the Aldrune.
I think he wanted to play Dragontail Savior, Raider, and the Mudcrab, but it would have felt bad to play the Dragontail Savior after you traded.
Yeah. So we're likely just gonna see some trades happening here.
Easy as hunting a red skeever in the snow.
Aldrune Armsmaster, since you're gonna make his way to the board here.
Now for a practice.
Yeah, Aldrune comes down, takes trade on the Candlehearth. Mammoth over the Barrel Stalker.
Yuping Face for run. Lady Raider.
And Relentless Raider comes down. If I would have preferred to have seen the Mud Crab ping off the ward rather than going face if you're playing the Raider here, just because now the Windkeep gets a free trade into the Raider.
Yeah, I mean, opts to go face instead. Develops the giant in shadow. This will be an edict on the giant most likely. You kill off the hunting spirit first. And then edict the giant.
We stand united.
Bang Captain comes down. Takes the trade. Edict lands exactly where it needs to. Interesting that they didn't opt to take the trade into Windkeep before popping the spirit.
Yeah.
Face me, drinker.
Sober. And a vigilante, that's 9 damage.
There's nowhere they can
Vigilante
go.
comes down. Going to play the Initiate alongside Sower next turn.
You this is a no-brainer.
You picked the card that has words on it. Yeah, I think if you're Revenge Fish, I don't think you're stabilizing.
You can play a Rifted Thane in Shadow. I will check if he has drains in the deck, because that's the only way to come back from this, because there is 2 Sowers left, 2 Vigilantes left.
There is, I believe, Redrun Forerunner. There's, yeah, a single copy of Redrun Forerunner, and there is 3 Initiates.
They will not get past me.
That's not looking bright. You could also get Vivek. But that's it.
There is a Mudcrab Merchant in the hand. Could potentially find something.
Actually, no Initiates.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong list, then, am I? Avenged Fish, Redrun. Yeah, no Initiates. Yeah, no, I'm incorrect. I was looking at one of the other lists.
So
My
this is
apologies.
a single copy of Redder and Forerunner that you're looking for. And you're not likely to find 1 card in your deck. And this is why you have to go aggro instead.
I am ready to join.
Circle Initiate come down, and a Sower alongside.
So you need to win this turn. Although the Dragon's Fury could kill off the...
Initiate before flips.
Yeah. You can trade in field.
You can Dragon's Fury and Mercenary Captain. It's quite a bit of damage.
And then you
Get
hope
one
not to
break
hit a
through.
proxy.
Avenged Fish, just after looking at the Fury in hand, I think they've realized they've missequenced.
It's still
Yeah,
good. It's 3 damage.
Oh, it's not the shout, my bad. I was thinking of Fire Breath. Yeah, so Dragon's Fury is going to come out here.
Oh no! Misses the... Oh. He read the card.
Yeah,
Well,
would have actually
this
would
is
have won.
deserved loss.
Yeah, would have won had he Dragon's Fury'd.
Yeah.
Dragon's Fury, and if he had played the captain before attacking with the mammoth, he would have had an extra point of breakthrough.
Yeah, this is lost on on the timer, I think, because when the timer started to tick, then he started playing cards.
Panic, yeah.
And with that, we are moving to game 2. It is Monk versus Redren.
Being a Markman, Winky's Sword and Mudgrab Merchant versus Yum Yum's Double Brigand and Hive Defender. Wild Rest off the top for Revenged Fish. Likely he's going to see the Merchant developed. Find out what's in the box. Blacksmith and Dragon Aspect. Takes Dragon Aspect. Second Windkeep off the top. Altar for Yum Yum. We'll see a Ring Brigand into probably Ring Hive Defender next turn.
Wait, did you hear that? My arcade spear. This day will be mine.
Yeah, Hive Defender is down, and then we're going to probably see Cloud Rest. Double ping. No, Dragon Aspect, double trade, okay. Trade and trade.
Found you. I'll take them with me.
You probably drew me. I would like the health gain to start pouring over. But it seems like this will be a Sanctuary Pet. Okay, switches to Brigand. Stays with Fred. That's playing with the casters. We have Riftain or Windkeep and Bolvin.
Arcade spear. This day will be mine.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Windkeep and Bolvin.
But playing Bolvin in any lanes felt bad here, because if you play it in field, then it gets traded, played in Shadow, and there is a lethal there.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's the Cloud Rest to clean it up with on the following turn. So it's going to be Cloud Rest plus Rift in here. You Cloud Rest the Sanctuary Pet. Take your trade, get a buff on your Rift lane.
A little distraction might prove useful.
I shall use my right to rule.
Yeah, so Rift lane's going to come down as a 5/3.
Blossom.
Clears the
Creature.
1/1 to deny the altar.
Mm-hmm. Force Premium to invest mana to cycle with the altar. Leaf Lurker off the top. Develops Scourge here. Should develop the Profiteer first.
Realizes that, so here we go.
Yep. Should go into Shadow, I'd say, here. You don't want to give it up to Windkeep for free.
There's a plan. There's always
Yep.
a plan.
Scourge goes, and it doesn't really matter where the Scourge goes, but Field Lane is, I think, the best play. As you cycle it off here. Finding a Revitalizer. You get 2 curses. Yep, curses is down the Rift Lane just for the health. Means that the it doesn't die for free to the Rift Lane.
Spirit of the sky.
Except it does, because Fervor.
I shall prove my right to rule.
Hardly a challenge.
Correct. off the top for Yum Yum. Yeah,
You have to kill off the Revitalizer.
Yeah, you take this trade. Revitalizer is...
Found you.
It's unassuming, but it's a lot of health gain over the course of the game.
Death to the enemy. You hear that?
You could play Makeshift to protect your Shadow. And then we are likely going to see Shearpoint Curse.
Yeah, sheer point on the Riften.
Draw one.
Assassin. Yeah. Cycle off the Assassin here. You're hoping for a Sanctuary Pet off the altar. Finds a Baroness Courier. Yeah. Orc Clan Captain off the top.
We stand united.
I shall prove my right to rule. Defeated. Hardly a challenge. Yours now.
Mother, dog. I'll take them with me.
Yum Yum finds a Javelin. Leaf Lurker for the Bolvin here.
Resides a Crushing Blow if you want to deal with Clan Captain this turn.
Yeah, I feel like you have to. Finds another Scourge though.
This means that you
Heals.
cleared the board.
Yeah. Takes the trade, Crushing Blow, the Clan Captain, and you can take the trade into the Marked Man. Doesn't feel good. You want to keep your Profiteer around, but this does deny Avenged Fish any action. Cycles off the Scourge, gets a Cauldron Keeper. Likely just going to run out the Seed Guild recruit here. Yep. Going to play the Revitalizer as well. And now we're going to start cycling. Shadow Shifts, draws a card. Camel, great
For
top
Journey.
deck, finds Journey. Yep, cycles, finds another sheer point, and passes.
Just upgrade your board until you have lethal.
Yeah,
And this is
Avenged
where
Fish
Avenged
is running on the wall.
sits, Yep. Yum Yum goes
Oh, so it's-
2-1.
Yeah, in that situation, once the altar starts churning and you've got nothing going on, yeah, you're pretty much done for.
And we go into game 3. Yum Yum has the red runner left, and Avenged Fish decided to go with Aggro Empire.
Opening hand of Mudcrab Merchant, Wilds Incarnate,
Read my lips. Mouth
Haunting Spirit, and Varan Aquilarios versus Yum Yum's more cool Gatekeeper, Haunting Spirit, the Gatekeeper, and Old Velothi Assassin. Mudcrab Merchant offers a Carspear Scourge and a Morag Tongue Nightblade. Eventually takes the Nightblade here. Runs out the Old Velothi Assassin. Bring for Haunting Spirit. This doesn't feel good, playing a Haunting Spirit into an Old Velothi, but here you're getting 2 for 1 here. Yeah, you're giving Avenged Fish absolutely no favorable trades here. Gambler off the top. Avenged Fish is considering whether or not to develop one of the 4-drops here, or just to run out the Gambler. He is opting to go for Baron. Going to take the trade with the Old Velothi. 7-9. Now the downside to Baron here is it does switch off the ability to draw cards off your runes. Eventually finds a Mournhold Trader.
I dispatched a little bit personally.
Gambler will likely Breach. Oh, okay. Breach is doing.
Just wilds.
Your side.
If you play Carspire or Scourge,
You could take
then
the
you could
favorable
have
into
traded
the
favorably.
So they're going to go for the Gatekeeper.
Gavel gives you a good trade on
Yeah.
the Gatekeeper.
You could also, yeah.
Gavel Pit Lion is what I would assume we'll see. And then go face.
You bet on the wrong side.
Oh,
Ooh, Predictor of the Instant off the top.
We'll see who
Listing Shadow.
someone who fights back.
there is the Gavel.
I dispatched a little bit personally.
Takes favorable.
Fare no better.
Goes face for 4. I'm gonna see Gambler come down. Ditching probably the Small Tongue. Set opts for Pit Lane.
Crusader's Assault will kill off Baron.
Yep. Looking to make a value trade here with Carspire. It has to be Assault plus East March.
There is the Assault.
Draw 2, see what you find. Finds Galen, finds Execute. Takes the favorable. Develops Galen, but what do you shuffle in here? Okay, set ops for the Crusader. Raz off the top for Avenged Fish. Cloud Rest to take the favorable. Can develop a Raz next turn to draw 2. Garnag off the top.
I will keep Sothasil's people alive. We must protect our stronghold.
Douche comes down, pings the trader. Just setting up a trade for next turn. We are just gonna see the Raz come down here.
Hardly a challenge.
In for 4. Pit line over this 4-3. In for 4. You can Raz. In for another 4.
Try something.
You won't live to regret.
This one won.
Finds a spinner. And so a revenge card return.
That's
But I
just
think-
insult to injury.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just kind of it though, right?
Yeah,
You
you
can
have
riff
no way
Thane.
of clearing this.
Yeah. You can trade into the 4/3, get a 2 on guard, which potentially trades with the pit line, but you know that they've stolen one of the earth bones, so yeah. Yeah, Avenge Fish takes it.
This is game
Queen.
4. Redrun versus Dagoth.
Opening hand, Firebolt, Awakened Dreamer and Warcrafter for Avenged Fish versus a Eastmatch Crusader Gold Initiate and Morgul Gatekeeper, pitching the Crusader for a Forerunner. And Avenged Fish finding a Mournhold Trader. Drawn for turn is a Winky Spells over Yum Yum. No ring though, so gonna have to ship it back as Avenged Fish finds a Breton Conjurer. So we're gonna see Mournhold Trader come down.
Of course I'm on your side.
Spinner off the top for Yum Yum. Gonna develop this Winky Spell Sword this turn.
Will be mine.
Does pose a threat with the Morgul Gatekeeper.
I'm surprised Avenged decided to bring Dagoth here, because this is the match of the struggling decks.
Surprise!
I mean, whoever wins this is probably odds-on favorite to win this stage.
Yeah, the winner here is the 3rd place,
Yeah.
and the loser is 4th. And if Yum Yum does well, and then in the Endo Rosperdal matchup Endo does bad, then Yum Yum might be 2nd.
Yeah, Gatekeeper comes down here, takes trade. Avenged Fish gonna regret not playing the Warcrafter.
I will spare your blood.
My friend would like a word.
See Breton Conjurer come down, is gonna get cleanly answered by an Earthbone Spinner.
I don't want to be the one to say it, but the Spinner and the Conjurer, I had many a game
Must protect the
that started like this. And let me tell you, I was playing mid-range battle mage and I didn't like how the game was going. And this is what we see here. Yum Yum
Yeah,
has a
no.
board, Avenged Fish has nothing, has to play Fingers this turn.
When you're playing against the deck that you know should be running Spinner, you should very rarely play a Conjurer by itself. Same if you're playing against a negation deck. Generally, you'll hold your Conjurers until you can activate them. This is why Conjurer isn't as good in Tricolor. At least in Battle Mage, you're a lot more likely to have an activator for it in hand. Just thanks to being a 50 card deck as opposed to 75 cards. That's an extra 25 cards to dilute whether or not you can find an activator. That's why you don't really see Conjure in Tricolors like Dagoth very often, if at all. And why it's so potent in like Battle Mage, and why you can generally rely on activating it on turn 5 at the latest in Battle Mage. But yeah, that's why in certain matchups you're never you don't play a naked Conjurer without being able to immediately activate.
And as the last
See,
turn, Avenged Fish played the Warcrafter instead of ringing out the Fingers. So he lost 3 Magicka. Again. It's Fingers now. Decides to clear the 3-2 with the 2 damage instead of the 4-2.
Local Gatekeeper is going to come down here on the Forerunner, I would imagine. Just to spread your threats a little bit more. Mammoth and Gatekeeper, yeah, on the Forerunner, gets it for 3. Avenged Fish down to 7, finds a hand of Dagoth off the top.
Ice Storm or
Likely.
Bust, but you don't have Ice Storm.
Yeah.
And even Ice Storm wouldn't clear the board because of Mammoth.
Yeah. Yep, and Avenged Fish scoots it up, 2-2.
3-1,
Yep,
so
3-2.
Yum Yum wins the matchup.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes on Avenged Fish side, just from some of the decision points, but tournaments are quite stressful, so it happens.
And this is the last match in the final stage, Rosperdor versus Endezoa. Last week, when we found out that both of them will be playing in the final stage, then on Discord people were excited to see this matchup. So this is why I put this the last. Rosperdor is playing mid-range Battle Mage, Goblins, mid-range Rage, Guildsworn, and Aggro Empire, while Endezoa is playing Blue Assassin, Guildsworn, mid-range without Rage, mid-grow Dominion, and an Aggro Empire. Who do you favor here, and what should be the bans?
Again, these were my two, going in, these were my two odds-on favorites to win. Rosperdal, his lineup has proven to be really, really strong. Just a really well-balanced mix of decks. It can go toe-to-toe with a lot of lineups very, very well. I think Endo's gonna stick to what they've been doing so far and just ban the Goblin Scout. Endo's, as you said, Endo's lineup was built around being able to ban Goblin Scout and being able to play games without having to think about it or consider it. So I think we're gonna see Goblin Scout get banned, but that leaves three real potent decks in the mid Battle Mage, mid Rage Guildsworn, and Empire Aggro. These I think are three of the best decks in the game. So Endo definitely has their work cut out for him. If you're Ross, you're probably looking to either ban the Empire, just in case you don't want to play an Empire Mirror, because they can be really, really skill testing, or you're going to ban the Guildsworn, I would say.
So let's see the bans. We see the Goblin Scout banned and the Aggro Empire.
Yeah, as suspected. Like I said, Empire aggro mirrors are really, really difficult. They're very, very skill testing and can be incredibly swingy. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see the Empire banned out here. And as we said, Endo built their lineup to basically not play against goblins. So fully expected the goblin ban here.
I will be evil here. Skill testing or draw dependent?
I think a mix. I think identifying when you're supposed to take trades versus when you're supposed to push damage is a huge factor in Empire, especially when you have to think about the amount of buffs the deck can produce. Captains, the Fervors, the Oathmans, you need to play around Oathman at all times pretty much. Dark Main is a huge consideration, knowing when to basically leave yourself open to it, knowing when to try and take care of it. So yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into playing an Empire Mirror match, and I do think it's both draw dependent but incredibly skill testing, trying to identify basically whether or not you're the aggressor or not, because it can switch turn to turn. So yeah, I think it's a really difficult matchup. Get a handle on.
And here we go. First match, it's mid-range Battle Mage versus mid-range Mono Blue Assassin.
Opening hand for Endo is fully shipped immediately. We've got double Cunning Ally and a Sentinel Battle Mist in the hand of Ross.
I really like the Cunning Allies.
Yeah, I would imagine we see the Battle Mist shipped. Yeah, we do. We see an Alfeek back, and Endo has a Cunning Ally, Channel Storm, Lightning Bolt, and Prankster Mage. So a little bit slower start from Endo here. Finds a Temple Conjurer, is likely just going to develop it to Temple Water Body. It's going to get met with a Ring Cunning Ally. Ooh, Ring Discerning Teeth. No, is just going to go with the ally. Second ally off top for Endozoa here. Will Endo hit? Endo does hit.
We have the better player. I will assume this is a lesser ward, Cunning Ally.
Yeah.
Misses for the second time.
Yeah. Ross whiffs twice.
Now, if you come back from this with 2 whiffs, that just shows how strong mid BM is.
Yeah, I mean, Cunning Ally, while whiffs hurt, still a 3-mana 3/3. It still gets the job done. Brotherhood Slayer for the longest time, still a very playable card. For the most part, just 3-mana 3/3. So yeah, as we get another Fireball for Endozoa.
I say you have to keep yourself from tilting. Because you whiffed, you hit, you whiffed, you hit.
Well, I mean, when it whiffs, you know on top it's going to be a giant. So you're not necessarily upset about knowing that there's a giant on top of your deck. As we find a Prankster Mage. I think this is a perfectly fine Cradle Crush just to get the damage through. And cycle off card here. Yep, does in fact go for it. Gets the cycle. Likely ditching this aspect of Heresine. I don't think this is going to be the matchup where you're aiming to win with aspect. I think you're just going to win through board control.
You could keep the aspect as a 12/12 because Endo has, I would say, the fingers no way to really affect outside.
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
will have to trade.
Interestingly, ditches the Belligerent Giant. Not a card I would normally consider ditching, just because of how powerful it is, especially when you're looking at potentially ringing it on the following turn, but it's probably just going to develop this Alfiq. Yep. Does indeed develop it. Consuming the Belligerent Giant. Good practice just to consume the most impactful card in your graveyard when you're playing Alfiq, just in case things like Grey Fox or Random Marker are floating around. As we see the second fingers come out. Gets in for 5. I think this is a fine Belligerent Giant.
Belly Giant and Ward up your... I'm...
No, I would have said Belligerent Giant plus Ring Crown Quartermaster.
Yeah, I wanted to play Cradle and Warcrafter. The problem with Belly Giant is that you give back the Ward and Guard to this 5/3.
Yeah. Breton Conjurer off the top for Ross.
There is a Harpy
So,
and a Temple
yeah,
Conjurer.
This DFM is going to get shackled down. Conjurer's going to come out exalted. We're just going to see Firebolt paying off. No, goes for the Ghostgate Defender instead. But this is a really good Cradle Crush.
Mm-hmm. You can Rapid Shot Cradle Crush. And then
Yeah.
trade with your Warcrafter.
Instead, it's just going to develop a... Yeah, instead it just develops the big chonker.
Endo gets an Encano and has a Rapid Shot. That's 7 damage. You have 5 damage from the Flamethrower.
So you can Firebolt, Channeled Storm, Lightning Bolt, plus Temple Conjurer. Yeah, and that it leaves you exactly 11 damage on board. So
And
no
this is
prophecies,
lethal.
and that's it. Yeah.
Very quick game run.
Yeah, a lot of that did come down to two back-to-back misses on the Cunning Ally. And the funny thing is, if you look at the series of draws that that Ross had after the Cunning Allies, it was Belligerent Giant, Cradle Crush, Aspect of Hearseen. It was pretty much all the red cards in his deck. So yeah, just one of those things, unfortunate with the ally variants, but it's what you sign up for when you're playing a deck that is playing a decent number of red cards.
And we go into game 2. This is mid-range blue mirror. But it's
Yeah.
Battle Mage versus Gutsworn.
So Endo's Guildsworn is a little bit more aggro leaning as opposed to Ross Pierre Dahl's heavier mid-range version. But yeah, this is still going to be a very interesting matchup. They're still both primarily on a mid-range game plan here. As Ross has the ring. So we're going to see turn 2 DFM. Warcraft comes out. Yeah, I think you always ring DFM here. It says it's going to go for the Skaven, interesting. I would have preferred to have seen the DFM. Just because if there's like a Harpy or anything comes down, you can clear off the wards, you can activate your DFM in one go. DFM comes on turn later. Does set up nicely for this trade with this Discerning Thief, but the Shackle is going to come down here, I would imagine. Temple Conjurer off the top. Looting away a Lightning Bolt. Special Crusader comes down, finding a Guildsworn Apprentice. Yeah. Takes double trade, Exalted Temple Conjurer in Shadow.
The light of the three.
Sets up for a Ring Elfique next turn.
Don't make me laugh.
Endo will have his Temple Conjurer into Alfiq of his own.
The light of the three.
Question is Ross going to activate the Elfique here? Unlikely. I wouldn't say Ross will play the Elfique in the field. Maybe he does. He does have the Harpy as a potential answer, but so does Endo.
This might be handy.
Interesting.
You could go Lesser Warrior Atro in Shadow, Warcrafter your DFM, And then you could even Harpy.
Does opt for Wardcraft on the DFM. Interesting that he forgoes the opportunity for a fully active Alfiq this turn. Just because of how powerful a fully active Alfiq is.
This is Rapid Shot Harpy Luzra, and then you Alfiq
Yeah.
next turn.
Well, your Atronach is still alive, is the problem.
Endo has a fingers, so it won't be alive.
Yeah, I think... Yeah. We see a Tome build up here. Tome plus Harpy. Yep, Harpy comes down. Locks down this Atronach for a turn.
With Dushnik, you don't have to play fingers anymore.
Rapid shot. Just
Still
having
fingers,
a,
okay.
Yeah,
1, 2,
having
3.
slightly better fingers, yeah.
This will set up Alfiq, but you could also play Belly Giant.
Yeah, Belligerent on this 7-5 is probably the correct choice this turn. Yeah, not developing the Alfiq the turn on turn 5 has set Ross back massively, because now he's in a losing tempo war with Endo. Because Endo has still the Harpy in hand, a couple of 2-drops, and he's still able to freely develop. Lightning Bolt. Likely just going to get cast so you can take the trade and develop your Alfiq. So Ross able to take the tempo back here.
We're going to see
Cool.
a Luzra Alfiq.
Yeah, we can go Luzra into Alfiq.
No, that's not right.
Remember when Luzra used to give +2/+2? Oh. Yep, Harvey comes down, locks down the Atronach. Probably put your own Atronach back into field lane. So going Shadow, potentially offering to race. Postgate Defender, comes down. Cradle Crush. You can triple Rapid Shot. you really want. Cycle Lock Rapid Shot finds and can a huge pickup here off the top. Really clean and efficient answer to this Atronach. Firmly puts you in a commanding spot on board here. Endo is now put into a really tough spot. They can double Guildsworn Apprentice plus Wardcrafter in field. And Tiny Dragon as well to clear off the ward, but is going to go with the Alfiq that they've just found. Again, will be active thanks to the Storm Atro Engrave. Consumes, second Storm Atro comes out. As Ross finds a Telvos Magister off the top, gets in for 6 Prophecy for Endo. It is a Lightning Bolt, can clear off the Alfiq. I believe Cradle Crush is just lethal here, yep. Ross Peerdal ties it up. Mid-range Battle Mage just showing it is the superior mid-range blue deck. as Endo queues up the Dominion into the Rage Guildsworn. Opening hand Darkmane, Cloudus Illusionist, and Crown Quartermaster versus a Belligerent Giant, Skaven Pyromancer, and Vigilant Giant. Really slow hand for Ross here.
Yeah, but against aggro, Skaven will be huge.
Yeah. Double Ghost Gate Defender for Endo. We're going to see Darkmane come down. Probably double Ghost Gate in the following turn to get the Darkmane to move. Brigand off the top. You're happily ringing this out. Set ops to ring the Skaven, clear off the 2-1.
This will deny the move on Darkmane.
Endo could develop the Corner Club Gambler here to ditch the dagger. Gonna get cleanly answered by Lightning Bolt. Yeah, this is a snap Lightning Bolt if you're Ross. Just deny the card draw here. Shining Saint for Endo. Ghost Gate comes down exalted, pings off this Skaven. Can develop the Grey Viper Brigand.
Your coin or your life. Choose.
This matchup is similar to Guildsworn versus the Aggro Empire we've seen before.
Yeah,
And
it's
there,
all about just
Rust
trying to
Red
control the
Guildsworn
early
won.
game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and this is slower, so you have more chances.
Pawnbroker finds Sound the Alarm. All creatures lose cover is not going to be relevant this matchup. We're going to see Alfie. Oh, no, never mind. Cradle Crush comes down. Lets him take the trade into Saran. My reflex to just play Alfiq when I see it kicking in. Ross does have access to Alfiq, Abner on follow-up. Ghost Gate to ping down the Cradle Crush, but we're going to see Alfiq develop in front of this. And then we're going to see Abner on the Alfiq on the following turn. But having access to potentially Belligerent Giant as Endo rips a Dune Smuggler off the top as if it was foreseen. Able to take the trade into Skrill Crush while also maintaining it thanks to Cloud Rest.
You could even rapid shot the Doom Smuggler if you want to.
Yeah, I think you do. You get rid of Dune Smuggler as soon as possible. Oh, is Ross Pierdal going to Abner to move? He could Atronach, or he could move the Alfiq into field lane, take the trade. I think move the Alfiq, take the trade into 2-2, and rapid shot off the Smuggler is a pretty sweet line here. Yep. Okay, opts to move the Atro instead. Just trying to guarantee it goes into the graveyard. Pings off the Smuggler. Discerning Thief off the top for Endo, as well as a Eastmark Crusader. Does have to go face just to draw the card. As Ross finds a Rage. Fingers drawn for Endo as well. Could sound the alarm into Fingers. Opts to develop the Discerning Thief. This can get punished by Rage. Does in fact go for the Rage. Immediately hit the Prophecy. Probably a...
It's a Harpy.
Yep. Locks up the Atronach. Ross is going to get in for damage here. I don't think... he does go for the extra 3. I wasn't sure was it worth it for the extra 3. He does have... Endo does have Battle Reef, Channel Storm to clear off the Abner. And also Channel Storm, but he's just going to go for the double Battle Reef line.
Oh no. Hit the
Golden
Prophecy.
Initiate.
You channel Storm.
Now Endo has to consider channeling this 3-3
Which one?
to not get blown up by Rage.
Yep.
Yeah. second belligerent giant off the top.
We are just likely to see a Vigilant Giant in field, and that's
Yep.
exactly what Respidol decided to do.
Third belly G off the top. Endo does have a potentially very large lifespan coming here, though.
You vex me. You vex me.
Yeah, back up to 15.
Everything was taken from me.
Evens up the health totals. I
You
think
can
this.
Exemplar, then Harpy and Grey Viper.
I think this is a belligerent giant plus harpy. I think you belligerent giant the.
Choose.
Oh no, maybe not. He's going for the phalanx. Okay. Knocks down the drain. Third battle reeve for Endozoa off the top.
And there is no answers left in Endo's hand for this board.
Battle reeve puts them to 8. Raz draws them nothing because of a guard in both lanes. Clears off the guard. Ward crafter for
And
Ross.
with
This
Crusader's
is...
Assault, you can skip Rune.
Yep. Feardal takes the lead. 2-1. Some very, very good matches so far. Just leaves the Empire for Ross versus the Guildsworn for Endo. Opening hand of Temple Conjurer, Fel the Mighty, and Eastmarch Crusader versus Gorkle Gambler, Haunting Spirit, and Cloudrust Illusionist.
Double
chooses
Cliff Racer.
Yeah, Pages 2 gets 2 Cliff Racers, Endo full mulligans, finds a Rapid Shot, Hive Defender, and Cradle Crush. Fervor off the top for Ross. What a wonky mulligan.
Double
Ooh,
Fervor.
second Fervor. Ooh, God. Okay, Ross has managed to find all of the late game in the Empire deck. And it develops a Flame Slinger.
Good thing
business.
Endo's Guildsworn is the slowest.
Yeah. As we find the Haunting Spirit comes down. Ross just kind of hoping for a second 2-drop off the top here so he can develop 2-2 into Fervor. Into Rapid Shots.
Out of my sight.
Finds a 1-drop. This is pretty good. So you can Deepwood Trapper and Empire Recruiter.
Ready for anything.
Yeah, Empire Recruiter in the opposite lane.
Finest recruits in soon.
Spread your damage. Yeah, High Defender is going to come down.
I'll say with Double Fervor, these Cliff Racers will be 6/6s.
Yeah. Darkbane off the top for Ross.
We might
I think-
see Cliff Racer this turn in Shadow and then hope to hit the Haunting Spirit buff.
No, I preferred, yeah, the way Ross has done it, because now Fervor just clears. I was going to say you could also just Fervor, take the favorables in field lane, and just not attack with the Recruiter. Because it survives the Cliff Racer, or not Cliff Racer, the Hive Defender on the follow-up, but there is a Tiny Dragon and a Cradle Crush in hand. So it wouldn't have worked out as well as this play. I think taking the coin flip on the Haunting Spirit was probably correct. As Temple Conjurer comes down exalted.
The light of the three.
Empire Oathman is fully active. We're going to see probably Darkmane plus Oathman this turn. To swing with the... Yeah, swing with the Recruiter first. Get your token.
Standing by.
Play your Darkmane. Play your Oathman.
This one will lead you to glory. Move aside.
Yep.
Oathman Shadow, so you can activate Darkmane with Cliff Racer next turn.
Yep,
Or
exactly.
even the Recruiter would do it.
Yeah, Darkmane can actually move twice next turn with the Recruiter. But
Although the
Endo
recruiter
will...
won't survive.
Yeah, Endo will absolutely take this trade. There's no way you don't.
Also, the Fervor plus Oathman shut down Endo's
Channel Storm.
Cradle in field.
Oh yeah, true, and also it stops him from channel storming with the breakthrough damage. Although, still potentially finds a way to do it here.
Friend.
Yeah, can ring channel storm, clear up the 5/4.
You are not worthy.
No healing allowed.
Takes out the Darkmane. We can second Fervor plus Pawnbroker. Yeah, Fervor comes down, Pawnbroker. Find a paralyze, you're super happy about it. But
Oh wow,
the
okay, this
Impro
is
weapon
really good.
is huge.
You can trade with the Aether, still break
Yeah.
through, still survive.
Yeah, you Impro weapon take your trade here. This means that double Cliff Racer is lethal. That's 14 damage from Cliff Racers in hand.
There is a prophecy.
It is a Harpy, not gonna matter here. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about like the buff centric nature of Empire and how it makes it very difficult to deal with. Like these are 1 and 2 drops, and their stats are completely out of control thanks to just Fervors and Oathmans and Mercenary Captains. It spirals out of control super quick, even with such a slow draw from Ross. Considering he opened with like what 4 or 5 drops. He's still able to put on this amount of pressure. It's one of the reasons why I think that Empire aggro is so impressive. As Channel Storm comes out,
We'll have to settle
Ghost Gate Defender. East March can draw a card. If you're Ross, are you worried about dying here? There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 plus 5 is not enough. I'll develop Apprentice Necro to get back the Trapper. Outrush off the top. Yeah, I think this this board state may just be slightly too much for Ross to get around. Great Crush doesn't really impact it. You can clear off field lane, but you're still taking so much in shadow. And Ross is the second Cliff Racer here.
Yeah, even the board is lethal.
Yeah. Gankano doesn't really do anything here either. You remove 1 more point of damage to the Gankano, but it's still not enough. So up for Cradle Crush, Ring, Golden Initiate, hope for Prophecy.
Speak, citizen.
And that is lethal. If you attack with Trapper first and then Cliff Racer, then you
Yeah.
can skip the rune. I would guess that was a GG emote. I just
I would
had
say so.
smooth muted because of Letter. And
And
that is 3-1 to Rospidol. And
great,
with that-
great set of games.
Yeah. And they were close ones also.
Yeah, the ending scoreline doesn't really portray how close those games were.
So let's see how the bracket looks like after the third round. We had Yum Yum win 3-1 against Avengfish and Respidol win 3-1 against Endoza. And with that, the standings and the final results are that in the fourth place we have Avengfish on 35%. We have Yum Yum as the third with 46. Endoza with exactly 50% win rate. and then Respiratory in the first place with almost 70%. Impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive showing from Rospirdal. Again, the lineup was just very, very solid. It's very difficult to pick a ban versus it. Just a combination of very, very potent mid-range backed up by very, very solid aggro.
We have the final qualification table for the final summer tournament. We have Nocturnal on seed 1, since he was the first place of the second summer tournament. We have City Talker, first place of the third summer tournament. We have Rospirdal, first place of the fourth summer tournament. We have Ares, second place of the third summer tournament. We have Endizua, second place of the fourth summer tournament. We have CoreData and me as casters. And then we have Megacat, the third place of the third summer tournament. He has already played and won against Yum Yum, who was the third place from today, and this way Megacat will be taking the last seat in the final summer tournament coming next summer. About this final summer tournament, here is what we'll be having. The final summer tournament is played throughout the year, but it will be streamed next summer in consecutive weekends. In stage 1, everyone will play against Hackney, who was the winner of the Master Series in 2018. Then in stage 2, we will be playing best of 3 mid-range Battle Mage mirrors. In stage 3, we will have a preset curve that we will agree upon, and then everyone will build a deck in this preset curve, and it will be a best of 3. After stage 3, the bottom 2 players will drop out, and in stage 4, we will have 6 players who will be playing a round robin with an aggressive preset curve. Then 2 players drop out. In stage 5, we will have a stage like we had the final stages in the last 2 years. So round robin, best of 5 conquest with the standard ST deck building rules. And in stage 6, in the finals, we will have 8 decks per player. Both of them will ban 2 decks, and then we will see a conquest best of 11. So I'm already waiting to see what decks we will see as 8 decks, because we have seen mid-range lineups, we have seen aggro lineups. Maybe we'll see a mid-range aggro lineup, or someone this. Maybe if we play with 8 decks, then some control decks can also sneak in.
Best of 11, huh?
Turning toward the streaming schedule for the next 2 weekends, it is July the 7th, so this was the final stage of the 4th summer tournament. Next weekend we will have Heroes of War, the closed beta tournament, where me, Eros, Nocturnal, and Eye of the Restless Storm played against each other. And then on the 21st, hopefully, if we manage to play the games by then we will have the draft phase of this tournament. So this was the final stage of the 4th summer tournament. Thank you, Core, for coming and casting with me.
Yeah, it's a pleasure as always.
I hope I won't burn you out with the final ST next summer.
Yeah, not looking forward to casting a best of 11.
Yeah, that's an event on its own. So we'll be seeing you next year. Thank you for watching. Before we say our goodbyes, I would like to remind everyone that after a short break, there is one final best of 5 coming up, and it's between me and CoreData. This is the caster stage, and we have already prepared some completely nuts lineups. See you there. Servus and farewell.
Bye-bye, we'll see you next time.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen, greetings and welcome to the cast stage of the 4th Summer Tournament. I'm NightDarkWolf, joined by CoreData.
Hello.
And we won't be stealing your time with discussing the decks in depth, but here are our lineups. I am playing Shrine Battle Mage, Doom Crab Warrior, Terrana Shrine Assassin, and Prophecy Shrine Sorcerer. Core, what are you playing?
I am playing Merrick Battle Mage, one of my all-time favorite decks. I am playing Aggro Empire, which should shock no one. I am playing Ring of Imaginary Might Scout, looking to bone armor combo people out. And I am playing Mid-Rage Guildsworn, again, shocking no one.
So the bans were that I have banned the Empire because I'm running 3 decks that are running triple Ice Storm, triple Fingers, and then Core banned my Sorcerer because of Portcullis. Thank you.
Look, Portcullis, right? It scares me, okay?
You're right to be scared of Portcullis because it has 9 health.
Yeah.
And we don't talk about that 0 power right there. Here we go. This is the first game of the custom stage. It is it is Terrana Shrine Assassin into Core's Bone Armor combo.
I feel like I've got time, so I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm keeping a very greedy hand.
This will be wonderful.
Is
So
there
after
any
the final stage, we are complementing everyone's sweaty lineups with this.
Okay, well, I'm just looking. There's no prophecies I have to worry, but there's nothing that can stop me from killing you, which is great.
We are just comboing on our own.
Okay, yeah, we're just playing solitaire with each other. Gotcha. Yeah, we take this.
This is how Tesla is meant to be played now.
So Tesla, as Todd Howard intended.
Gods, to me!
Baron Zaya.
It's a 2-for-1. I think it's worth it.
I mean, really, what can you do about this if I just...
The Night Mother will guide us.
Okay.
Tempo turn 6.
Still better than Mundastone. Fleeting Apparition, sure. Finding a Hurt Wall.
I bark and burn.
Some card draw. Sure.
I think I'm
Right.
winning because I have the hand advantage by 1
You were
card.
You were laughing at my tempo turn 6. Well, look at this tempo turn 7.
Rise, my servant.
Yeah, you're not going to use the set against me.
4/4 camel.
High Threadgar will be a problem.
Oh yeah.
What have we here? I bark and burn. This is interesting.
Unironically pretty good in this deck.
Yep. I have 35 cards left to go.
We go.
I'll scout ahead.
You will die where you stand. Scales move in shadow.
Down the storm.
Mother will guide us.
I'm not finding my shrines.
You're finding all the removal though.
Yeah, but I will run out of removal. I needed shrine.
Draw a card. Barrow Stalker.
I smell the stench of the living.
Hmm. This is tough. Take this.
Our plan is pure.
Oh no.
Yeah, the higher Hrothgar is really rolling now.
And I couldn't find anything. That's a problem.
Stop killing my stuff! Let me kill you! Oh my god. Sure. Sure.
Oh no. Okay. So from here on out, I have to remove everything every turn.
Pretty much.
When you have high health creatures and I have ice storms.
Care to make a friendly way?
Storm.
Whose fear is the ancient darkness.
Did you win?
Does this do anything for me? Actually, did I win? That's a great question. 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 times 2 is 36.
Yep,
Could be.
you won.
We go here. We eat the Siege Crawler. Ring of Imaginary Might. 18 damage. 2 at the Prophecy.
And then
Perfect.
use your strike.
Yep.
And that's game 1. 2 core.
What a dumb game. Running back the Assassin
Yep.
into Merrick Battle Mage. Ooh, this is iffy. Better. Now, I do have to worry about cards like Drain Vitality.
Mm-hmm.
Careful there, friend.
Also, I might have
So-
sent you an outdated screenshot.
Oh, really?
Yep, I think. Let me check it. Yes, I have harpies.
Ah, okay. Yeah,
Just found
that's-
out because I draw one.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I was looking at the list last time to know if there was any prophecy that could stop me, and there was like nothing.
Yes.
But Harpy would have done it.
I just saw
Although-
the harpy.
Blood will spill.
Yeah.
My paws are quicker than your eyes.
Oh no.
Freaking Harpy.
Don't you dare hit a cunning eye.
I will have your head.
Yeah, that's fair.
We press on.
What have we here?
Just pass.
I am gonna open myself up to Ice Storm here.
I will have your head. Too slow.
All power flows from the gods, the light of the three.
Yeah, I expect to see Ring Ice Storm. No, Lightning Bolt, okay. Interesting.
You were trying to bait me into you playing Alfiq next turn.
I would never.
The silence told it all.
He peddles falsehoods.
You are not worthy.
Oh, I didn't mean. Ah, it's fine. Same difference, really.
Face me, you dog.
Yeah, why not?
Careful there, friend.
Preserve damage just in case.
Praise to Namira, whose fear is
Shrine.
the ancient darkness.
For the wall, DV.
and that's 4.
Yeah, TV.
I will perish in flame.
So your game plan is basically just empty your deck and win with the Ren Ice Spike, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
my game plan. This is the ever question of greedy control players.
Is this enough value for my fingers? Okay, spoils. Sure.
Irma Mora tests us.
Time to make more enemies.
Baron Zaya.
The Night Mother will guide us.
Black and Messenger.
Have at it.
Firebolt, sure.
Here comes the Alfik. You're dealing 3, 6,
This is such an awkward turn
12
for me.
damage next turn.
There is no ward crafters. Oh, this Queen Baron Zaya was just really awkwardly timed.
I have not won a game with this deck when I didn't draw Baron Zaya.
Yeah, Baron Zaya is absurd. My problem is I have options. Yeah.
The elements are mine to control.
Is this a bait? Or is it not? Are you running Fourth Bolt?
No.
No.
I'm running Rapid Shot, I am running Escape and
Okay,
Pyromancer,
and you
and I'm
don't
running
have-
Lesser Ward.
So that right there, that card in your hand, is what is called? The Nitron is it in Hov, but Supremator. That's 12 damage. Let's just go with this.
Praise to Namir.
Action Shrine. Spoils. Her.
All too simple.
Khajiit will keep you safe.
Hello, Alfie. Okay, it was an Alfie. So you were trying to bait me.
No, I didn't have the Alfeek when when that happened. I drew it off the Rapid Shot that turn.
1, 2,
Yeah. Finish off,
Three.
finish off.
4.
Oh, okay. Draws 2. Sure.
I just have to keep myself above 12.
The forest will not suffer your presence.
Oh wow, you chose that.
Yeah.
1. No. This is 1. 2.
Yep.
And I have this, but I don't have a 4th.
Time to fight.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I'm
One.
just not drawing.
How many cards left? 20. This is such a cheat. Pass.
Oh my god.
So, Core, how do you feel about losing to Terran Shrine Assassin?
Pretty bad. I have drawn
Terrible.
not much in the form of my top end.
This is 1, 2. Let's do 3.
The annoying thing is, I know you've at least 2 Ice Storms in hand. If not all 3 by now. Oh my god, can I please find some lake in?
Will meet their makers.
No. Draw first. 1, 2. It's worth because I denied the draw. 3, 4. I'm not dealing damage because I don't want to. I'm at 7, so I need to play something. Otherwise, I will overdraw. Oh, I will still overdraw. Oh no! You might win this. Because I was a fool.
Oh my...
Don't be Therana! Okay. That's part of my combo. 1, 2, pass. 8 cards left and I haven't found Therana.
Oh my god, can I find, like, anything that does anything? The answer is no. Oh my god. Just drawing hot garbage.
You have 6 turns left.
Khajiit will keep you safe.
Because I have Therana in 6 turns. At the latest.
Friend.
Okay.
Fireball's Ice Storm finish off. Reverb.
Follow me, men.
The elements are mine to control.
Yeah, we're probably just dead here, right?
Okay. 2 cards left. I have a Shadow Shift in the deck. Then if I want to win, I have to just survive this turn. Oh wow, it works like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Triggers after.
I was so happy when I saw the fingers.
It's okay, because my hand is 5 Firebrands and a Lesser Ward.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just missed all of my late game.
Listening to me. You better be.
This should be a Shadow
So
Shift.
annoying.
You wanna sit it out?
Yeah, I want to see how deep the Atromancers were.
I might not have. I'm drawing Shadow Shifts.
You might run out of time.
Oh no! I lost the Shadow Shifts. Okay, here's a nice spike. And I have no creatures left. It's a Shadow Shift.
Oh, you might actually run out of time before you find enough ice
I will run out of time. And this is okay. I think this will be over.
Wait, if I silence and kill the Therana,
Yeah, you won. Okay. This was hilarious.
oh my god. Okay, well, what you're saying is I might be okay depending on how badly you draw.
You hit the prophecy?
Sorry, animation is still playing for me. Come on, Atromancer up the top one time.
Oh wow. Okay. There you go.
Why?
Can you silence my Therna, please? I don't
No.
want to draw. I don't want to generate shadow shifts.
My thoughts are quicker than your eyes.
How have I still not drawn a single Atromancer?
Let's go. No, the shadow shifts.
Just keep drawing Shadow Shift, please.
Oh yes.
Okay, I think we are fine.
Oh my god, that is so tilting.
I cannot find the last one. Come on. Here it is. Okay. 1-1.
Oh. How many cards was I? I
I
what,
don't know.
17 left,
I
2
don't
Atromancers?
know.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. 17 cards left, 2 Atromancers. Oh. GG. Cannot believe I didn't draw like any late game. Damn. Mage. Battle Mage does things. The best I can say about it.
This might be handy.
Okay.
Careful there, friend.
I should be your eyes and ears.
Spiritor, sure.
Your blood will spill. Stands ever ready. Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
Flamer.
I'll send them all to oblivion.
This is actually a little bit awkward. Yeah, because this.
I will have your head. The Dark Brotherhood is a pox, and I shall cure it.
Okay.
Let's put these to use.
Yeah, my hand is really, really awkward.
Thank you.
Speak, citizen. Let's put these to use. This might be
If I don't find a shrine in 2 turns, then I have lost.
Yeah, and I don't like having to throw away so many creatures just to just to maintain field lane there. Nothing was lining up nicely.
So little to do.
Oh no! Ah,
Can you deal with a 6/7?
that's cheating.
Drive mad trade.
Yep.
Sure, we take those.
Problem is that I don't have any creatures with high health.
There's a plan. There's
speak,
always a plan.
citizen.
Okay. I changed my mind. I do have creatures with high health. This is the only one.
I equal parts love and hate Thaden because it turns into this mini game of just fighting for lane.
No, that's 4.
Night Ice Storm.
Yeah, Ice Storm.
Excuse me?
I got it from Battle Mage Onslaught.
Oh,
Too slow.
oh, this is really, really annoying, actually.
What did you discard? Rapid shot.
I have many important
Oh wow,
things on
okay.
my mind.
That's aggressive.
Yep. Fingers. Fell. Okay.
Okay, I'm fine.
Just let me draw cards, please. I'm begging.
Oh, you'll be annoyed.
Praise to Namir, who feels the ancient darkness.
Oh. No, it's fine.
Akbar will meet his doom today.
Look at the drum on board.
Too slow.
So now somehow I have to find
My paws
6
are
damage,
quicker than
5
your
damage. Oh
eyes.
wow, okay. What can I do with this? I have a Shadow Mia. Let's see the second onslaught.
Oh god.
Well, it works.
Stay behind me.
1, 2. Wait, how many cards was this? Shadow Mirror 1, 2, 3, so I need to play one more. 4. And
Okay, I draw a card. Thank
Yeah.
god.
first time somebody managed to trigger Talon.
Snivel, coward. Let's heat things up.
That's pretty good.
You know what's really annoying? Because I know you've got the second Ice Storm, but I have to do it anyway.
All power, eyes of the gods, the light of the three.
I don't have an Ice Storm.
Fingers. Fingers is also pretty good here.
I have a Fingers.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Praise to Namir.
And please don't draw.
leave my things alone.
Let's heat things up.
Oh, it's like pulling teeth.
I shall be your eyes and
1, 2,
we press on.
3,
Let's do this.
4.
Oh my god.
Don't disrespect my shrine decks.
Oh. Oh my god. Really, this is how we lose this. This is so incredibly frustrating for me.
I know.
You have had the removal every
One-
turn.
2,
Highest of all to eat.
thank you. 3, 4.
Oh my god. This is insane.
Ross described this deck as Ares, that this is Talvani without Talvani. Because I'm just running intelligence as removal. Okay. Can I win now? Not yet.
The Fighters Guild stands ever ready.
1, 2,
Praise to Namir.
3.
I shall be your eyes and ears.
Hmm.
Hallows
4. Pass.
Yeah, it has to be this.
A little distraction might prove useful.
That's a good clear.
It's too little too late though, you've got way too much card advantage over me.
Follow me, men.
Not drawing a creature for like 4 turns really does it to you.
Time
3,
did you? Highest of all doing.
4.
Let's see if we can find something useful.
Time
My god.
highest of all doing.
Also, the shrines really helped me out.
Yeah, nope. We're dead.
I had Encano plus Lightning Bolt in hand. So yeah,
I spent 3 turns. I drew when I was empty-handed after you cleared. I drew Rage into Crusader's Assault into Crusader's Assault.
Oh wow, that
Yeah,
that does
just
it.
couldn't do anything. Okay,
Well, at least you're playing Rage into Doomcrab.
true.
This match favors you.
Is this the first time I've had the ring as well? I feel like this is the first ring I've had.
My paws are quicker than your eyes. Too slow.
We must protect our strong.
Oh wow, okay.
We must protect our stronghold.
Okay, I think this is pretty reasonable.
The Fighters Guild stands ever ready.
Did you win or did I win?
Ooh.
Too slow. I'll send you all to
This
oblivion.
is sketchy. I mean, I could get that back. I lose. Potentially lose. Concerning Thief here, but I think I'm okay with that. I've had enough card filtering. We can also go here. Yeah, I think this makes more sense for me, right?
Okay.
Ready party, sure.
Let's do highest of all doing.
Yeah, well that does solve that problem at least. Get him for 3. I'm not going to be playing this anytime soon, I don't think. This turn is just going to be this.
By Arcade's being, stay back.
You have 3 firebrands in hand. That
Yep.
clears off field.
I'll send them all to oblivion.
Yeah. You can just pass here.
Welcome to the shadows.
Okay. Start cycling, sure. It's just really awkward. Only in lane though, right? Yeah.
May the ancestors bless us.
Oh, wow, okay. And you make me overdraw.
Pretty good. That would have combo with your Doom Dragon Hound.
Talking mud crab merchant. Read my
You can have this.
mouth paw.
Okay.
Talking
And Osa.
merchant. Read my lips. Mouth paw.
Now I overdraw 2. Oi, that's
Bye, Althuk.
Looks dead to me.
And Abnur. You're playing Rage, right?
yes.
Oh no.
History shall remember this day.
The fighter's guild stands ever ready.
Watch yourself now.
What answers do I have? Discussed 2. With this is 6. I will have 3 points left. Okay.
Did I stutter or something?
Doom Drag.
Unfortunately not.
We stand united.
Okay.
I fight with the fervor of the wild hunt.
Did I stutter or something?
And I think you won.
Your blood will spill.
Yep.
Yep.
For old outmen.
Oh.
Removing the amulet saved you.
Yeah. I knew that was a priority as soon as I hit the board. I had the Dedushnik in the opener. I figured it would be necessary to remove either the amulet or the shrine.
Will you believe that this will be Merrick Battle Mage versus Doom Crab Warrior as the final match in the best of 5 of the casted stage?
Okay. This is iffy. And I don't have ring either. You know what, we'll fuck it, we ball.
All power flows from the gods. Let's heat things up. You are not worthy.
Okay.
Blood and faith.
You are running spinners.
I am. Two of them, if I believe right.
Are quicker than your eyes.
Hmm? Yeah.
My arrows shall fly
Yeah.
true.
I mean, that's also pretty good, right?
Blood and faith. You are not worthy. My friend would like a word with them.
This is what I was talking about as well, about the consistency of Battle Mage being able to activate it on 5 in matchups where, you know, there's
Praise
spinners.
to the mirror, whose sphere is the ancient darkness.
Collective Automaton.
Just for the body.
Trying to think, do I just give up this Conjurer? Do I care? Yeah, I don't think I care.
Follow me, men.
Oh no, my own card, and I don't have an answer for it.
It being a 4/4 is actually so annoying. Yeah, Tiny Dragon. Figured.
Isgramor! Keep your distance.
Let's do this.
By the 8th, they will meet their makers.
Behold the power of the nut.
Yeah.
9, that's 4. Okay, that's too close.
That's why I killed off the clan captain. I figured Doomcrag would be coming.
You won?
No, not yet.
Yeah, you won.
Gall and
That's 11.
Time to fight. Time to fight. Attack.
Good game.
Yep.
Yeah, I had to cycle with the tome to try and find the extra points.
So in the end, the Shrine decks couldn't pull it off. But it was close. Closer
Yeah,
than
no.
I would have imagined.
You're not the only one.
So this
Oh.
is the final result. I won with Shrine Battle Mage and Shrine Assassin, and Core won with Merrick Battle Mage, Siege Crawler Scout with Bone Armor,
Bone Armor.
40k, and then Rage Gutstorm. I should have brought the normal Doomcrag, and then maybe I win. Thank you for the casted stage, Core. It was good to
As always.
play Tessel with
As
you.
always fun. Yeah.
And that's it for the stream now. See you next year. Bye.
Bye bye.